Oh, there you go. So that's Matt. So I think I feel like I read somewhere that he was racing tomorrow. Is that correct? So he would have crewed her the whole time for like 27 hours, and then he'll be racing tomorrow. Can you guys confirm that? I mean, what a team! What a team!
So the footage is showing what Jenny has been through. It's a huge village with huge paddy fields.
So the third place woman in the 50K was Darika Suwanmongkol.
Excellent.
From Thailand. I'm getting tired, but I'm still barely making it. And we've got many more women's about to cross the finish line in that 50K. And we are now seeing live the second woman in the 100-mile race coming from China and representing Salomon, Wang Feiqi.
He's running along the irrigation canal. So that village is a big village. It has a irrigation canal serving it. It's a long way still.
Come on, come on.
A fair bit of work ahead of N5C.
Oh yeah, and our camera runner is cheering her on. And she answers, I'm so tired. No wonder she's covered so much ground. 27 hours and 30 minutes elapsed. Oh, there's Killian. Getting ready to finish the loop as well. And Gaori Niwa from Japan in third position in that 100 mile. She was still a wee ways back, so I don't think Xan Feiqi will be should be worried about her second place. She just needs to keep ticking along, avoid any major setback such as cramps or taking a bad fall. But she looks like she's shuffling, moving well. Luckily.
Yep, there's a tour guide in her traditional dress.
Yeah, I've been told.
Pass.
So they're taking tourists like up above the village and up towards a waterfall, is that right?
Yeah, there's waterfall there.
It's good. We've got our camera runner in the front so he can open the path and kind of move all the tourists on the side, clearing the way for Wang Fei.
Blazing the trail for her.
That's right. And while Wang Feiqi is making her way to the finish line to try and take second place in that 100 mile, we'll have a short commercial break and we'll be right back with you in a couple of minutes. Stay with us. All right, we're back with a little bit of a replay with the starts this morning. The 100K and the 50K started there. It was still nighttime, and as you can see, the light show was fantastic to send all these runners out on their respective course, 50K and 100K, in the late hours of the night. And a lot has happened still.
So while we were watching Jenny Quilty finishing, our guys doing the 100K, the Cliffs 100, are charging into A12. Pi Kuan Yew, Wu Huasang, Richard Lockwood, he went through at 1:23,
Yes.
11 minutes ago.
Yeah, so look at this. 8:11 for first male going through that aid station, and now we got 8:15. So that's just over 4 minutes back, which is absolutely nothing on long stretch. They must be able to see each other. Then Rich Lockwood from the US in 8:23, so that's another 8 minutes. Again, this can be made up. And then another 6 minute back is Christian Meyer from Canada, who's still holding extremely strong. And so far, these are the 4 top men going through A12 aid station. And Yan Longfei from China is expected at this aid station any minute, and Scotty Hawker in another 13 minutes, so a little bit further back. Let's hear it from Jenny Quilty in the interview. Hopefully we get the sound from this. No, fuck.
So, pardon his French. Please. Ah, that's better. Oh, no. Yeah.
No,
It was beautiful getting to go.
There you go.
There you go.
To different villages, seeing the mountain. I actually was on one of the ridges at sunrise, and it was just magical. The trails are like nowhere else.
Which part you like the most?
I think my favorite was probably that sunrise, because leading
Dakota
the sunrise this morning.
and the summit?
Where was I? I was after aid station, the water aid station, Water 1.
Oh, okay.
Up the
A1.
ridge there.
Ah.
Yeah, W1.
Oh, W1.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
what is station 1? And which part is the most difficult one for you?
Maybe the last 5K.
I thought you were going to say everything.
It was really good. Actually, you know what? Probably the push to the very summit today, where you go up that like goat kind of path, that was hard.
Yeah. So overall, do you like this?
I do. Yeah. Now I know how I'll recommend it. And I think what big types of runners will love it.
Right. So, how do you feel? You are the woman champion and woman of the match to die in Thailand, which is already become Asia Pacific major. Okay? And another thing, you got the Hoka golden ticket to Western State 2023. And also, you got the red to UTMB Chamonix to celebrate 20 years anniversary with us in Chamonix, France. How do you feel?
I'm so excited. Yeah, I think that I had a maybe goal on the perfect day, but I really didn't see it coming together until probably after like 130K.
So you think you're going to be the first at the first moment? Do you think you're going to be the champion? At first, when you're running in?
No, not at all. I was running, I think in 4th or 5th for most of the day, and I knew my plan was to race more later. I don't race from the start. So I knew I maybe would move up, but it really depended how everybody else was doing, right? Like Oana had such a strong start, and I thought if her day stuck, she would just be gone.
You're right. You have a good plan, and you become the first. Are you excited to go, for the Western States?
Yes.
It's your first time to Western State?
I paced a runner, Katie Asmith, there this year.
Okay.
Yeah, so that was my first time at Western States, and I ran Canyon's 100K in April and didn't get the ticket.
ไปหนึ่งคนแล้ว
Now you were the Western State runners to go compete there.
Yes.
And you're going to join us
50
for the
ยินดีด้วย
UTMB
นะครับ
ขอเสียงรางวัลนะครับนัทจีกับไผ่สัมภาษณ์สดอยู่ค่ะ So you're going to go for UTMB in Chamonix, which is the most important year because it's 20 years anniversary of UTMB group as well. Which distance you going to go for?
I don't know.
100 mile UTMB?
If I do Western, well, I hope to do Western States, then maybe I wouldn't do the
You
100
can't hope. You have to go.
I will go. Absolutely. Yeah, so if I do the 100 mile there, I'm not sure if I'd do the 100 mile at UTMB.
If you're 100K?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So, do you like to talk to anyone? You thank you to anyone that, are your fans or, the organizer in Thailand or UTMB World? Please.
Yeah, huge thank you to UTMB World, and I love the major series. It's so cool to be a part of. Huge thank you to all of the team here in Inthanon and in Thailand, and then some personal thank yous to Matt, my crew and partner, my coach, David Roach, and some of my brand sponsors, so Norda, Kapik, and NAC.
And we have another race in Thailand, the south of Thailand, in Betong, Amazing Jungle Thailand UTMB on February. What do you think about that? We're going to run from Thailand border across to Malaysia.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
We'd like to join out in February.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. You're going to see our woman champion, Jenny from Canada in Betong Amazing Jungle Thailand UTMB as well. So congratulations, okay? Last but not least, we'd like to thank you all the fans who follow you all night long, non-sleep.
Yes.
And they've been cheering you a lot. Please.
Thank you to anybody watching. All my athletes, too, that I coach have been so supportive. So thank you to everyone who has sent cheers and messages over the past few days.
All right, here, ladies and gentlemen, Jenny Crotty, the champion female of the Summit 160 of Thailand UTMB from Canada, Jenny Crotty.
Thank you.
That was really good to watch, really good interview. And yes, I will say it again in the live. We both looked at each other with Nettie when she said, no, if I do the 100 miles at Western States, I will not do the 100 miles at UTMB and most likely try to do the 100K. And this is very sensible. And it's good to see athletes look after themselves, maybe because she's coaching people. She has that understanding of looking after yourself and going pedal to the middle when you want, have some races in the season, but not cook yourself because we've seen way too many runners do that to themselves, and it's just not needed. So congratulations. What an athlete, what a champion, what a coach, and what a fiance, or I don't know. Yeah, you say that for both men and women. I'm losing my English right now. But yeah, her and Matt are definitely going to celebrate, I believe, as well as the whole Canada, or maybe the Canada will now go to sleep and get some well-deserved rest. They've been at it just as much as we have. So congratulations for all standing behind Jenny. And for when it comes to us, we're still here for quite a while. We got many more athletes to welcome, starting with the second place finisher in the women's field on that 100-mile race, Wang Fei-Chi from China, that we had images of just recently before we got those aerial drone shots. And obviously, we still have the 100K race in full force. Yuri in the female race is leading that pack, followed not closely, but still followed by Hannah Allgood from the US and Ying Yang Tong from China, who hasn't gone through the 11 aid station yet. So Yeah, that's over 20 minutes ago. And I think we have a replay of the start of the 100K this morning, so I'm just gonna let you guys enjoy that.
Okay, bye. Good day.
Maximum flight altitude reached.
กราบเรียนเชิญนะคะ
สำหรับผู้ใหญ่ฝ่ายภาพรวมกันแล้วนะคะ The board of groups together may invite Mr. เจรพงษ์ เกินศักดิ์ศรีท่านที่ปรึกษารัฐมนตรีว่าการกระทรวงการท่องเที่ยวและกีฬา The advisor to Minister of Tourism and Sports มิสเตอร์ธุรเกียรติจันชุมท่านรองผู้ว่าการการแห่งประเทศไทยฝ่ายกีฬาอาชีพและกีฬามวย The Deputy Governor of Professional Sports and Boxing Squadron Thailand Mrs. Kathleen Quality ชัยมันท่องเที่ยวและกีฬาจังหวัดปัตตานี The Tourism and Sports ปัตตานี Office คุณมิสชัชดาอภิชาสุทธาสกุลประธานกรรมการบริหาร The Zero and Founder of Touch Technologies Company Limited ดร.ชลดาชอบจิตท่านผู้อำนวยการกองบริหารงานและมาตรฐานกีฬาและกีฬาอาชีพ The Director of the Professional Sports Standards and Administration Squadron Thailand and our brand ambassador หมอก้อยเชิญค่ะ our brand ambassador ดร.หมอก้อย
All right, we're live back with the second place, the current second place woman in the 100-mile race, Wang Fei Chai, from China, still making her way to the finish line. We saw her about half an hour ago, if that, going through the last aid station, about 5Ks to the finish. Let's hear.
On bascule du bon côté, du côté de l'arrivée, et du coup je pense qu'il y aura du réseau là sur la fin.
All right, so he's talking back with the studio, saying that soon enough he'll be tipping over onto the right side of the mountain, down towards the village in HQ. And he said that most likely they'll have better reception, so maybe there's been a few issues there, but now we can see clearly Wang Fei. And she wasn't lying when she said she was tired. Looks like it's a bit of a grind for those last kilometers. Almost 28 hours into the race.
Come on. You are very strong.
Our image is getting a bit blurry, which very might well be what Wang Feiqi is seeing right now after almost 28 hours of running and spending a whole night out there, and now being in the probably the hottest time of the afternoon as well. So that's probably not making it any easier for her to cover those last kilometers. Wang Feiqi, who has been leading for quite a bit that 100-mile race until Canadian runner Jenny Quilty take the lead. And Karen Niwa from Japan, very experienced runner. Another Japanese runner who's always all smiles, a little bit like Yushi. And she loves technical running. She's the stronger she will become as the terrain gets harder and more technical. So she did extremely well at Val d'Aran by UTMB, which was the European major. And she actually organizes a race back over in Japan. She said, and I don't know if this is going to excite people or turn them off, but she organizes a 100-mile race over in Japan, and the first 45 kilometer feature 5,000 meters of elevation gain, and it's on the ridge for the best part of it. So she, like, you could see her eyes like lit up when she was telling me about that first section. She's like, yeah, it's a very hard course. So for those who really like technical running, this is your shot. In Japan, that race, the 100-mile race organized by Kaori Niwa, currently sitting in third position of this 100-mile race here in Doi Inthanon, Thailand by UTMB.
Oh, we have something.
probably volunteers or spectators.
Drone operator. No, it's not.
Saying hi, and now they're getting confused.
Drone operators are teasing the staff.
King Jinping looking at us. Better hide.
Right in the middle of the village, you can see clothes hanging, drying.
Aid station fireball 27 hours later, and I can finally sleep. Yes, you earned it. And congratulations to you for staying with us and bearing with us for that long. That's probably a record. And on the live chat, let's just not feed the trolls, people. The easiest part is just ignore, and we'll be better off. No need to add to it. We all know what's right and what's wrong, and so we can just enjoy amongst good people. All right, as we are, I think this is the village where the last aid station is located, right, Niti?
I think so, yeah. I think they just outside the school.
And yeah, almost 28 hours into the 100-mile race. We're going to have another commercial break. Oh, yeah, there we go. There we see it, the aid station. That's right. So that's four or 5Ks away from the finish line. And yeah, short commercial break. We'll be right back with you.
Runner is coming. Congratulations! Well done! Yep, that is 507. Awesome, girls. มาแล้วนะจตุพรคุณนุชพัฒจัญญาและ5015018สุรพลชัยทัศน์โหเข้ามาตั้งนานเพิ่งเห็นใช่ไหมคะ And congratulations one more ยินดีด้วยนะคะ Yeah 6407 Chunhua Zhong
String of
from China
Well 50K runners
6407 ค่ะ
It is hard now to see them all come through. And while we're still from the finish line with the official music that has actually been composed specifically for the event, is what I have been told. So I'm going to repeat that over to you. Hopefully that's the truth and not a big fat lie. What I'm seeing, however, and if it's wrong, I'll put it on the algorithm, but essentially in the 100K race in the men's overall, it looks like Hu Huanchang, currently sitting in second, will come into the next aid station in first. And so that's the news. So apparently he's been moving a little better and is expected to pass the current leader, Peikon Yu, to claim the first place in the 100K, at least at the next aid station at 8:13. Meanwhile, Richard Lockwood still looking good and strong in third place and expected to come into the next aid station 12 minutes shy of the lead, and right behind Kristen Meyer will be expected another 10 minutes back, and Yan Longfei from China and another 14 minutes back. So still in a nutshell, and as we said, we could be expecting some changes, some late changes in the lead in the men's overall for the 100K. Meanwhile, in the women's race in the 100K, Yuri is still in the lead and has gone through the 8:12 aid station just 4 minutes ago, so just in, and so we'll expect Hannah Allgood to come through that in another 16 minutes, I believe. So about the same gap. So now the two women are actually moving at about the same pace for that 100K. And we've got someone cheering for David Simpat. Almost there. Was David in the 50K or the 100 mile maybe?
David's currently lying 20th in the 100-mile race.
So he's in the 100 mile.
From Spain. Well done.
He'll be the second Malaysian to finish. The first from Malaysia was Milton Amat. And not far behind is David Simpat. But hopefully before that we should see our second place Wen Fai Si female runner.
From China. Congratulations. And followed by one of the gentlemen from China. 9799. Well done, Peikon Yu. Congratulations.
Replay of the
Whoa.
top female runner in the 50K in the early days, and look at
329.
how fast she was flying down that hill. We were really impressed. And essentially, she took the lead and never gave it up. And finished way ahead of her competition. It was a very happy finish from the Vietnamese runner. And that hopefully she will be able to take on OCC after punching her ticket with an automatic selection, not having to go through the lottery. And look at that. Yeah, she was extremely strong all throughout the day, and then had a bit of a rough patch on the way up to the two pagodas, where we saw her sit and actually sit down. She was cramping, so we got some really good knowledge dropped by our co-host Corinne Milcom, who's now gone to bed well-deserved rest. She was explaining that essentially if you're cramping, it's nowhere near only because of electrolytes, but it's your neuromuscular system that is in shock because you keep telling your muscle to contract, and at some point they get to a point where they kind of forget to relax. And one way to actually reactivate that is to put something in your mouth that is pretty tart. That's hence why some of those gels or like the little shots are taste like vinegar, or they recommend to have pickle juice. And so essentially, and those kind of the captors are located in your mouth. So essentially, you can actually just put it in your mouth, gobble a little bit, and then spit it out, and this will still work. So that was quite interesting knowledge there to acquire. Should you be cramping and have access to pickle juice or apple cider vinegar. And so far we've got 17 runners who have finished the 100-mile race that started yesterday here at the Doi Inthanon National Park HQ at 10 a.m. and all the participants will have up to 48 hours to cross the finish line and to claim that finisher and that's finisher status, and therefore scoring 8 running stones because of this is a major, so you get twice the amount of stones, therefore many more chances to get drawn for the races you would try to get in at the UTMB final in August. And look at that, look at how happy she was crossing the finish line. Extremely strong all day. We definitely look forward to seeing her race against more international athletes at the OCC 2023. Quick recap of the 50k female race. Now I have a quick recap of the 100k, so I'm just gonna silently tune out and let you watch that replay.
Jack Yao. Too sexy. Congratulations! 5023 Jasper Lloyd from Denmark! Congratulations!
And here she is, finally. Hopefully we can switch the screens here.
And 6515, Nat Yager. President from Bulgaria, and 504, Natsumi Yamushi from Japan.
I got excited for nothing. Sorry, folks. We're keeping our eyes on the second place finisher, woman in the 100-mile race, who should be by the finish line now any minute.
3019.
So I believe we're going to be switching in full screen very soon.
Well done, 5022. Supatai. Gun Kamod. 6637.
.50K finisher. Finishing strong.
Congratulations, well done! Kai Yin from China.
There she is.
Cheers.
There she is, ladies and gentlemen. This is for real now. The second place finisher in the 100 mile in the women's category. After just over 28 hours of racing. All the way from China, representing Solomon, Wengfei Chi is about to cross the finish line and call it a day. If she takes the right turn, yes. I was worried for a second.
Second place of overall. Congratulations, Summit 160 second over female. Wenfei Zi from China, Team Solomon.
There you go. It's good to see a smile. Looks like she was a bit of in the hurt locker for a while.
The ticket to Western States. Yeah! Awesome!
That's right, in addition to being in the top 10, therefore making her way directly to the UTMB final of in Chamonix, UTMB Mont Blanc. She also punches her ticket to Western States 100 that takes place at the end of June in California. I'm sure if you're watching this live, you know exactly which race I'm talking about. And it's good to see her smile and actually interact. It looked like it was a long last kilometers
กิ๊กคะมีผู้ใหญ่ไหมคะกิ๊ก
for Wengfei.
มีผู้ใหญ่มอบไหมถามหน่อยผู้ใหญ่ไปไหนหมด
Let's see which option she takes in there. There we go. Here's Jenny congratulating her. Good sportswomanship.
Our second place overall female.
Sharing
Summit
impression of
160.
what looks like
It's already
a
at
very, very
finish line.
hard course.
Wenfei Zi from China, Team Solomon.
What's going on here? Maybe they've been running together for a while, these two. And I believe on the right side of your screen, right hand side of your screen is Matt.
เวลาพี่โต้งที่ติดอยู่แถวนี้ไหมคะ
On top of crowing, looks like he's been documenting as well. There was a bit of a struggle here. Fist bump, high five, which hand? But she made it.
อันดับ2หญิงนะสมิธ160นะเวนไฟซีนะ
Look at
จาก
that
ประเทศจีน
smile
ที
on
ม
Jenny's
โซโลมอน
face,
เข้า
like she
เส้น
still
ที่เรียบร้อยแล้วนะคะ
is so stoked.
The second overall female Summit 160 Wenfei Zi from China Team Solomon already at the finish line. Congratulations.
go.
Here we come.
Congratulations.
Congratulations
Indeed.
to
Thank
one
you,
more
Sadia
finishers.
Jakowitz-Sadiq.
Well done,
Oh,
congratulations.
and we've got Kiwis in the house. Tamara's congratulating Cam, waving most likely the Kiwi flag across the line. Yeah, we talked about Cam.
Cameron Kerr should be right behind her.
Congratulations, Alexandre Marie from France.
Is expected in 5 minutes. Cameron Kerr.
สำหรับเพื่อนๆที่เพิ่งมาถึงนะครับ และ
I mean,
มารับบิฟ
it's
นะค
pretty
รั
cool
บ
to have these
พิธีกร
images.
ครับ
We have no fucking clue what they're talking about. So it's like, oh, might as well show us the finish line by now.
เข้าไปได้เลยนะครับ
Let's,
ช้อป
let's
ปิ้ง
see.
ก่อนก็ได้นะ
I don't want to miss Cam. I'll try to get that finish line
เข้าไปรับบิฟด้านหลังได้เลย
video
นะครับ
back on, so Tamara can watch the finish of Cameron live.
ครับคุณเฉลิมนิดครับ
Congratulations, well done. Yeah,
ตอนนี้
from
นะ
our
10 โล
resurrector.
20 โลนะมันรับบิฟกันเยอะเลยนะครับ สังเกตได้เลยว่า
นี่เลยค่ะ
กันมากนะแล้ววันนี้
Apparently they're still filming because they're waiting for the interview. Hopefully we'll have an interview, but it doesn't look like it's happening.
ท็อปให้กระเป๋าฉีกเลยครับ
Congratulations,
There we go.
150 from China, Team
ตอนนี้
Solomon.
นะฮะน่าจะเป็นช่วงโกลเด้นไทม์นะฮะของพาโกด้า50นะเรียกว่าทยอยวิ่งเข้ามาเรื่อยๆ แบบไม่ขาดสายเลย
Wow, well done. Congratulations, guys.
ทยอยเข้ามาแบบไม่ขาดสายเลยนะฮะนักวิ่งพาโกด้า50นะฮะ
Yeah, it doesn't look
เมื่อ
like
สักครู่นะฮะก็เป็น
Congratulations, ผู้ดีดการอภันธ์เนี่ย Thailand.
โอ
Cameron
เวอร์ออล
Kerr
หญิงอันดับ
from
2
New Zealand. Philip
160นะฮะเข้ามาแล้วนะ
Nevi
ฮะ
Moore from Great Britain, United Kingdom. หนึ่งภาพนะ one photo with our
ค
director
รับ
when Faisi and Benji our
นั่น
director
มันพี่อ้วนนี่นาพี่อ้วนฮะ
ขอบคุณนะคะคุณบรรจรัตน์นะคะสุริศดำรงนะคะ our director คุณบรรจรัตน์
สำหรับเพื่อนๆนะครับที่เพิ่งมาถึงนะครับเพื่อนๆที่ต้องการมารับบิฟนะครับสามารถที่จะเลือกช้อปปิ้งสินค้าในตัว Ultra Trail Village และเดินตรงไปทางด้านในสุดนะครับและอยู่ทางด้านขวามือนะครับเข้าไปรับบิฟได้เลยนะครับและนักวิ่งที่เข้าสู่เส้นชัยแล้วนะครับสามารถที่จะมารับคูปองอาหารนะครับที่หลังเส้นชัยได้เลยนะครับ
คุณไผ่คะ คุณไผ่คะ
ครับ
คุณไผ่คะ ฝาก
ครั
ห
บ
น้าเส้นแป๊บนึงค่ะ ฝากหน้าเส้นหน่อยค่ะ
Okay, so after long conversations, talking to different stakeholders, doing the live shooting from the finish line, and back in the studios in France, we'll have finally the split screen with the replay. However, we'll have the finish line in the bigger screen,
Well
so we
done,
can
well
actually
done,
see what's going on a little better.
5030. Well done, well done. Chen Keely from China.
So we cut a quick glimpse of Cam going through the finish line, and I think he wasn't alone. He was Not sure exactly who was with him. I followed him with the phone, but they've all come through.
เพื่อนๆที่รับเบฟเสร็จแล้วนะครับสามารถช้อปปิ้งสินค้าภายใน Ultra Trail Village ได้ต่อเลยนะครับวันนี้เพื่อนๆที่มาวันนี้วันแรกนะครับถือว่าท่านโชคดีมากนะครับที่วันนี้แดดดีมากๆเลยทีเดียวนะครับ
เข้ามาอีกหนึ่งท่านแล้วนะนักวิ่งหนุ่มของเรา
โอ้โหนักวิ่งไทยของเราแน่นอนเลยนะครับขอแสดงความยินดีด้วย
นะครับ
ชาไกส่งเข้าประกวดนะครับขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยก็จุดนาฬิกาด้วยนะครับ ขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะครับมาครับมาไม่2ท่านต่อเนื่องกันครับระวังรถนะครับระวังรถนะครับรถฮะทีมงานรูดรถให้ด้วยนะครับขอบคุณมากครับขอบพระคุณมากครับมาแล้วนักวิ่งหญิงของเราขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะครับ50 กิโลเมตรทั้ง2ท่านเลย Congratulations from Hong Kong เย้คอนเกตูเลชันเย้จากประเทศไทยครับขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะครับโอ้โหแรงยังเหลือครับแรงยังเหลือเลยนะครับนักวิ่งเข้ามาแล้วรับคูปองอาหารได้เลยนะครับเพราะว่าการสแกนบิ๊กนะฮะของท่านบางครั้งเนี่ยบางท่านนี่ตัวบาร์โค้ดท่านนี่ชำรุดแล้วนะเพราะว่าวิ่งกันมาแบบ50 โลนี่รับคูปองแทนได้เลยนะโอ้โหไอเทคกิ้งโพนี่เป็นตัวบอกเลยนะว่าท่านผ่านอะไรมานะฮะดูก้นก็ได้นะบางทีนี่ต้องมีการสไลด์ด้วยนะครับและหากมีเพื่อนท่านใดนะครับที่ต้องการมีอาการบาดเจ็บนะครับสามารถที่จะมาพบแพทย์นะฮะมาปรึกษาอาการเจ็บป่วยนะครับกับทางทีมไม่ได้เข้าทีมได้เลยนะครับอยู่ทางด้านหลังเส้นชัยนะครับเอาล่ะแดดล่มฮะแดดร่มลมตกแล้วครับอากาศเย็นๆสบายๆนะครับเพื่อนๆครับในส่วนของร้านค้าร้านอาหารนะครับเพื่อนๆครับร้านอาหารและโซนฟู้ดโซนนะครับอยู่ฝั่งตรงข้ามของเรสของเรานะครับสามารถเดินข้ามถนนไปรับประทานอาหารได้เลยนะครับ
รถทะเบียนกไก่ออ่าง7790ฮะขยับรถออกด่วนเลยนะท่านไปจอดรถทับที่รถพยาบาลนะฮะซึ่งไม่สมควรนะรถทะเบียนกไก่ออ่าง7790นะจังหวัดนนทบุรีนะขยับรถออกให้ด่วนเลยนะท่านจอดรถบริเวณช่องจอดรถของรถพยาบาลนะฮะรบกวนขยับให้ด่วนเลยนะฮะ
ช่วงนี้นะครับนักวิ่งทยอยวิ่งเข้าเส้นชัยอย่างต่อเนื่องนะครับเพื่อนๆครับเพราะฉะนั้นนะครับอาจจะมีบางจุดที่มีความหนาแน่นนะครับมีนักวิ่งเข้าสู่เส้นชัยอีกหนึ่งท่านกำลังเข้ามาแล้วCome on Woo Yeah Woo From Denmark Yeah
ดีด้วยนะครับCongratulations
มันจริงๆครับมันจริงๆครับ
อีกคนละคุณเฉลิมนิดมาอีกคนละ
One more time
มาอีกคนละคุณเฉลิมฮะ
มาครับมา Here we go Well done Congratulations! Wow! From Singapore!
Congratulations, guys!
From Singapore!
อีกหนึ่งคนนะพี่เหลิมฮะ
มารัวเย้สุดยอด Congratulations! Yeah!
This guy Summit 160! Very good!
คุณนิกรครับตอนนี้บรรยากาศใน Expo
Congratulations
เก่งมาก
จากทีม North Face นะ
North Face Adventure Team เย้
Meadow's back there.
ตอนนี้บรรยากาศในส่วนของ Ultra Trail Village นะครับกำลังสบายๆเลยนะครับ
Congratulations to Dave Simpat from Malaysia
เข้ามาแล้วก็แวะดื่มกาแฟจากร้านของเราได้เลยนะครับขอความร่วมมือนะครับว่ารถทุกชนิดนะครับงดเข้ามาส่งนะครับงดเข้ามาส่งนักกีฬาทุกชนิดเลยนะครับงดเข้าสู่สนามของเรานะครับงดทุกชนิดเลยนะครับห้ามเข้าทุกชนิดเลยนะครับได้อยู่แล้วไม่ให้เข้าเลยนะครับฝากทีมงานด้วยนะครับว่าเรางดนะฮะให้รถทุกชนิดเข้านะครับยกเว้นเฉพาะตาที่ได้อนุญาตเท่านั้นนะครับ
บอกเขาพอๆว่า please outside please thank you เนี่ย มันเป็นกฎของ UTMB ค่ะ เรายังมีการถ่ายทอดสดทั่วโลกอยู่นะกับ5ภาษาใน YouTube เลยนะคะสามารถเข้าไปใน YouTube Live นะเลือกได้ทั้ง5ภาษาภาษาไทยภาษาฝรั่งเศสภาษาอังกฤษภาษาจีนภาษาญี่ปุ่นเนี่ยก็จากไลฟ์รันเนอร์ที่วิ่งตามนักกีฬาของเรานะจะยิงสัญญาณกับพี่ลาโรชนะคะแล้วก็ส่งสัญญาณเข้าช่องทีวีนะคะที่ยุโรปนะคะแล้วก็เข้าใน YouTube Live แล้วก็มีใน Facebook Page ตอนนนท์ Thailand by UTMB ด้วยนะคะเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยเราไลฟ์สดตลอดนะคะทั่วโลกเลยค่ะ We have a live broadcast until tomorrow and you can choose in 5 languages Thai, French, English, Japanese and Chinese and you can go to YouTube type UTMB live you can choose any languages
มาอีกหนึ่งสาวแล้วนะเก่งมากๆเลยนะโอเคครับมาแล้วนะนักวิ่งสาวแกร่งของเรา 50K 50K
Congratulations! One of the females here on the Y. Well done. 5046. Ayaka Mori from Japan. Mori from Japan. Well done. And here we come one more. 5012. Congratulations. ภาสบุญเกิดนั่นคือวิธีท่าเดินของผู้ที่จบ160นะฮะ
นักวิ่งสาวของเราอีกหนึ่งท่านนะวิ่งเข้ามาแล้วนะ
Here he come more finisher is coming on the
โอ้
way
โหเรียวแรงอย่างดีนะสปรินต์เข้ามาเลย
Congratulations to our finisher
แล้วก็อีกหนึ่งสาวนะโอ้เป็นนาทีทองของสาวๆเลยนะตอนนี้
Congratulations 3508 Well done Tingo from China Wow beautiful China lady สาวไชน่าสวยจริงๆนะวันนี้ Tingo And followed by one more lady at the finish line. Congratulations! 6652. Well done. Marie Patterson.
มาอีกหนึ่งหนุ่มนะ มาอีกหนึ่งหนุ่มแล้ว
He come with his flags of nations. He come with his nation's flag.
from Oman
Congratulations to our finisher.
มาอีกคนแล้วนะ มาอีกคนแล้วนะฮะ
For egg one, well done. Arabri from Oman.
from Hong Kong ใช่ไหม
One more coming in. Congratulations, Anna. Gentleman is on the wide finish line. 6440. Well done. Congratulations. Queen Ming Ching from China.
เอาละนะนักวิ่งของเราอีกหนึ่งคน
Yeah, congratulations, Adelaide. Of course, 5043. รัชนกสุธรรมจารย์สุดยอดและตอนนี้เนี่ยบอกเลยว่าโค้ชช้างธนงศักดิ์หงส์เจริญศรีโค้ชส่วนพระองค์ของสมเด็จพระเจ้าลูกเธอเจ้าพระเจ้ากิติยาภากำลังเข้าเส้นนะ
มาอีกหนึ่งหนุ่มแล้วนะ
The president coach of Her Highness Princess come on the way.
อ้าว เป็นไงมาไงกันล่ะแก๊งนี้ เอาวี
Yeah, congratulations 6437 6437 ยินดีด้วยนะคะ Congratulations Shu Hong Yu from China.
อีกสองหนุ่มนะวิ่งบี้กันมาเลยนะวิ่งบี้กันมาเลยแซงกันแล้วนะแซงกันแล้วนะแซงกันตรงนี้เลยนะโอ้โหแซงกันต่อหน้าต่อตา
เจียฮาวโล from
โอ้หนุ่มไทยของเราวิ่งแซงกันตรงนี้เลยนะ
And 5064. Well done. Hits a new pawn from Mott and 6465. Lun Ho from China. And here we come, one more females. Is here on a Y. Congratulations, 6653. Well done. Yu Kwok from China. Congratulations. 6.394. Well done. Wasilias Yerasopoulos from United States. And followed by 6458 Chester Chung from Singapore. Well done. นี่ก็ล้อเล่นเนาะ We have one more of the finishers on the way. Yeah, you have done very well. Here we come. Congratulations, 5026. 5026. Robin Deroche from France. Robin Deroche.พี่ควรจะบอกแจ็คกับปุ้ยไหมว่าตอนนี้อยู่ในไลฟ์สด Congratulations to one more of our finisher. Congratulations. 6443. Sir Wing Kun Ward from China. Okay, from Hong Kong, sorry. Why isn't China here? แสดงว่าเขาลงทะเบียนให้ผิด Okay so Vancouver from Hong Kong Congratulations 5007 Thai Inthanon from Thailand yeah hey one more hey yeah Congratulations! Patrick 1, Roslo Baranik from Poland, and Eric Andrigany from United States! 5079 Eric US ค่ะ แล้วก็ Roslo จากโปแลนด์ค่ะ 5081ช่วงนี้ฟังเพลงจากพวกเรา Rip in the Sky ค่ะ มาแล้ว Yeah congratulations 6671 Chang Ling from China congratulations Oh Chang Ling from Hong Kong
Our dream, they're made of real things like and shoebox of photograph. Receive it all loving. Love is the
อย่าเพิ่ง
answer
ตัดนะฮะนักวิ่งกำลังเข้านะฮะ
of my heart. While we here, where do we go? How come it's so hard? It's not always easy. Sometimes life can be deceiving. I tell you one thing, it's always
Congratulations to one more finishers. Well done.
when we together.
5-0.
Look at the stars when we together.
5066 Wacharin Tantisan Thailand.
Yeah, it's so much better when we together.
การปรบมือต้อนรับนักวิ่งที่เข้าสู่เส้นชัยได้ตลอดเส้นทางนะครับปรบมือให้กำลังใจเพื่อนเราตลอดเส้นทางได้นะครับ
Be gone when the morning light sings and bring new things. For tomorrow night you've seen that they be gone too. Too many things I have to do. If all of this dream I find a way into my day-to-day scene now. Be under the impression or somewhere in between with only two, just me and you. Not so many things we've got to do. Blessings we got to be with it beneath the mango tree now.
Congratulations.
It's always better when we together.
6683.
Yeah, we're somewhere in between together. Well, it's always better when we together.
Mom.
Yeah, it's so much better when we together.
Mami Martin from Spain. And 509592. Kate Anno from Russia.
I believe in memories
And
that look so
Yitmanji.
so pretty when I sleep.
They're from
Only now,
Hong Kong?
When I wake up, you look so pretty. Sleeping next to me, there is not enough time. Oh, there is no song I could sing. There is no combinations of words I could sing, but I will still tell you one thing: we're better together.
ทางนี้ขออนุญาตไม่เข้านะคะ ขอส่งให้เสร็จนะเพราะเรากั้นเส้นไว้แล้วนะคะ ถ้าถ่ายได้จากทางนู้นนะคะ ขอความอนุญาตไม่แทรกไม้ไผ่เข้ามานะคะ ตรงจุดสตาร์ทตรงนี้กับจุดฟินิชนะคะ ขอความร่วมมือทุกท่านด้วยนะคะ ขอบคุณค่ะ Please do not breaking the bamboo inside
ฟังเพลงไปด้วยลุ้นกับพี่ๆนักวิ่งกันไปด้วยนะคะ
ครับผม
ขอบคุณที่เดินทางมาตั้งแต่เต็นท์นู้นนะคะ มาถึงเต็นท์นี้กันด้วย ใครที่แนะนำเพลงค้างไว้นี่บอกนะคะ
Congratulations
ยินดี
Yeah
yeah
5151 Shirley from Singapore
You don't even have to try. It comes easy for you. The way you move is so appealing. It can make me cry. go out driving with my friend in Bobby's BigCopy.com. I'm with a lot of people that I wonder where you are. Good times, bad times, give me some of that. Good times, bad times, give me some of that. Da-da-da. Good times, bad times, give me some of that. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. I don't wanna say goodbye. Don't wanna walk you to the door. I spend a little time with you. I want a little more, little more. But I know good times, bad times, give me some of that. Good times, bad times, give me some of that. Good times, bad times, give me some of that. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Da-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba.
ขอความนักกีฬาไม่แทรกไม้ไผ่เข้ามาตรงจุดสตาร์ทหรือจุดฟินิชนี้นะคะ
มีนักวิ่งจากทีมโฮก้ามา1 คนนะโอ้นึกว่าใครนะโค้ดพรศรีของเรานี่เองโค้ดพรศรีมาแล้วนะโฮก้านะ
Give me some of that. Good times, bad times, give me some of that. Ba-da-ba-da-ba.
ไอ้เบนทะเลอร์ทะล่าฮะเราเนี่ย
5034 congratulations Yukiko
ขอบคุณค่ะ Good time, bad time.
Suzuki from Japan followed by 5077
เชื่อแล้วนะคะว่า
พงศิริ
แดดแรงจริง มีคนเตือน
งาม
แล้ว
อภรรา
ขอบคุณสปอตไลท์ธรรมชาติด้วยนะคะ
ผมสิริงามอมรนรานะโค้ดเบนของเรานี่เองนะฮะ
อยู่ในร่มแทนพวกเรากันด้วยเดี๋ยวบินจะอยู่กันตรงนี้เองนะคะทุกคนไม่ไหวเมื่อไหร่เดี๋ยวจะบอก
รับแสง
สังเคราะห์แสงกันสักครู่หนึ่งเลยแล้วกันนะคะ
เดี๋ยวสักแป๊บจะสีเขียวแล้ว
เฮ้ย คนหรือต้นไม้อ่ะ
Welcome to the amazing new chapters of Thailand, where you discover yourself.
Do you believe in the multiverse?
Multiverse?
Where your love begins again. Where nature is calling you. Write your new chapter in amazing Thailand.
25 years that my life is due. I'm trying to get the
นักกีฬาอย่าลืมรับคูปองอาหารด้วยนะ Don't forget your food coupon and also you can go to the sports science for relaxation and also physical therapyไม่ใช่5091อนุวัฒน์เนี่ยมาแล้ว Congratulations and here Tomo Kazuhira from Japan the 64th time of 100 miles โทโมซังจากญี่ปุ่นนะเป็นการวิ่ง100 ไมล์ครั้งที่ 64 นะ The 64th time of 100 Tomo Sang from Japan ครั้งที่ 64 แล้วนะ 64 times wow and of course Sakukuda-san from Japan! Woo! Yeah, Tomokazu Iara and Naoki Tsukuda from Japan วิ่งเนี่ย100 ไมล์ 64 ครั้งแล้วนะฮะสำหรับโทโม tomorrow again okay โทโมน่าจะเป็นสเตฟานเองเกลหรือเปล่านะฮะโอ้สเตฟานเองเกลนี่เป็นทีมชาติของสวีเดนนะฮะ Yeah Yeah congratulations 503 Stefan Engel from Sweden Yeah Stefan Yes, Stefan Engel from Sweden. Well done, bro. และมาแล้วนะคะ504x 5048ใช่หรือไม่ ไม่ใช่เราให้ไปวิ่งใหม่ดีไหมฮะ504x 5048นะอารินครเจนานาเย่พยาบาลคะมีเจ็บหนึ่งนะคะเดินวิ่งเข้าไปแล้วนะคะคุณพยาบาลคะมีเจ็บหนึ่งค่ะเข้าเส้นมาแล้วค่ะน้องพาไปหาพยาบาลหน่อยเขาเจ็บค่ะเขาเจ็บค่ะคุณนั่นน่ะพี่เข้าเส้นไปแค่เจ็บพาไปหาพยาบาลหน่อยนั่นแหละค่ะคนไทยค่ะพี่คนไทยค่ะพาไปหาพยาบาลหน่อยเขาเจ็บพาไปหน่อยไปหาพยาบาลเลยครับผม
มาอีก1 คนแล้วเข้าช่องนี้เลยฮะเข้าช่องนี้เลย
Congratulations 5053 Young Sik Kang from South Korea well done
These last 5 kilometers is so long.
Just say something.
I know.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have Gary Niwa in the last kilometers coming into the finish line, and she is, as per usual, all smiles, dodging that motorbike on the trail. Oh, well, all right. Put a comment here.
The last downhill section.
Yeah, and it's interesting poles. I wonder what those... Because I've seen poles that were bended like this, but they seem to have kind of a strap to it. Is that to wear them differently or to hold on to them in a different way? If anybody knows, or if anybody has ever used such poles, I'd be interested.
1K.
1K to go. Go, Carrie, go!
Wow, look at that.
I was gonna say, like, she looks extremely comfortable with those poles.
Yeah, not sure why. What the use of that? Probably because she can put it away quicker. Or maybe she can use it as a bow.
Yeah.
An arrow. No, definitely not. It's looking smooth, very smooth.
And they're extremely short as well compared to other poles. So that definitely helps on the steeper parts, because otherwise you have to lift your arms way too high up. I mean, she is familiar with super technical, so maybe that's why she is used to such poles and such length.
Her poles has they're bending at the top, right? Ah, interesting.
Yeah, camera runner is actually giving us a little bit of a close-up, but still can't figure it out.
No, almost not.
She just found out she had another climb to go. Oh no, that's heartbreak hill. She's still in high spirits, and I guess having a camera runner with her always helps. Have a bit of a chat, knowing that you're not on your own.
I think the finish line has been notified of her imminent arrival. It was still pretty tricky to navigate. Look at that. Look at how smooth she is after 160 odd K.
Yeah, it was last year when she was second at the Val d'Aron by UTMB, the VDA. The 100 miles with 10,000 meters of gain and loss, and she did UTMB where she was 13th in 29 hours and 47 minutes. This year she was 14th again, exactly the same spot. However, she ran in 28, 54, means that she almost shaved off a whole hour of her time. But seeing that the field is getting more and more competitive, even though she ran almost an hour faster, she was still 13th. So let's say that's lucky number 13 for Kaori Niwa, and she is about to come in third position here at this Inthanon, Thailand by UTMB, the Asia Pacific major, and in the process punching her ticket back to UTMB for what looks like her third participation. Yeah. And she's already raced quite a bit because she also did the Kumagawa Revival Trail in Japan, which she won, and it was a 100-mile as well. She did the Aigo Ultra Trail 250K in Switzerland. So she did the longer version earlier this year, and then competed at UTMB, like I said, finishing in 13th. So not quite as busy as our friend from Nepal, Sanjay Sherpa, but still a very, very stacked year for Kaori Niwa that she will wrap up with a spectacular third place here. She must hear now the finish line. She's catching up a branch and still cracking up laughing. That's what we like to see. High spirits all the way till the end.
Yes,
last downhill now. Hey. Yeah, you all have seen it before. The last concrete road section down to a small bridge.
Well
So she's going backwards the way they went up this morning, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So we saw that section at night. So she'll come onto the road, as you were saying, with a left-hand turn. Then she will be home. Oh yeah, she's packing away the poles. She can definitely smell the barn now. There we go. Onto the main road.
But she needs to cross that bridge, and then it'll be slight gradient up, For the last time, you can see the road now from there. Here she is on the turning left onto the main road, 1009.
And we can hear the finish line already screaming out, most likely her name. There we go, last 500 meters for Kariniwa from Japan, coming in to claim third place in the women's category for this 100-mile version. And look at this, she's being cheered on, all smiles, waving at people. And meanwhile, all the other runners of this 100-mile will have up to 48 hours to come and cross this finish line and claim the finisher status and bag 8 running stones towards the lottery of the UTMB final at the end of August at UTMB Mont Blanc in the race of their choice, the distance of their choice between the 100-mile, 100K and 50K. And as we said, the more stones you have, the higher your chances are to get drawn in the race of your choice.
It's a huge bunch of the 150K people finishing.
And there you go, we've got the finish line audio now, so we're gonna let you enjoy that.
Okay, here we come. Our fast female Japanese runner. Please welcome, she is here. Jisoo Kim from South Korea. 740. Jisoo Kim, South Korea, and Kaori Niwa from Japan. The #1 Japanese female runner from Soto, Kaori Niwa.
Ils vont remonter tous les deux, donc tu vas pouvoir remonter tranquille avec eux. Ils vont remonter tous les deux pour déposer leur matos, se doucher, tout ça tranquille.
Je les ai croisés,
Ouais, justement. Et moi je vais rester là pour faire la connexion avec Tom et Thomas. Et après ils vont faire les allers-retours avec le troisième homme, première et deuxième femme seulement. La troisième femme, il sera... Et là
Mais a priori, ouais, les deux tomes, ils sont bons.
Qu'est-ce que tu disais, Floris?
Kariniva. Okay นะคะตอนนี้นะคะโซเฟียก็บอกเลยว่าอยู่กับนะคะอันดับ1อีลิทหญิงของญี่ปุ่นนะคะ I'm right here with our Japanese elite
มาแล้วนะน้องการ์ตูนจากทีมไคลาสนะ
Kariniva
น้องการ์ตูนจากทีมไคลาส
All right, I'm here with Kariniva. Hey, Kari, how are you? You know, the race, it was wonderful. You are here the second time in Thailand.
Yeah, well, I'm very tired, and I'm more tired than last year. And
Right.
the course was much, much tougher than last year.
Sorry, 1 minute.
ありがとう
Because you are number 1.
Hey, really?
Yes! On the age group 45 to 49!
I didn't know. I thought I was third.
Yes.
I see. Thank you very much. Okay.
You are the first in your age group.
Yeah.
Are you happy with that?
Yes, very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
She was surprising because, you know, she never know. So, how do you feel? This is your second time with Inthanon Thailand by UTMB. And this year is Asia Pacific Major.
Yes.
We have become the World Series.
Yeah. Well, the race was much bigger, more organized, and more people, galleries, and people cheering me up on the way. So that was really nice.
So how the course today? Tougher than last year?
Yes, much tougher, and more elevation, and more technical, and that was really killing my legs.
So, which area you like the most?
Inthanon, and around the last peak. That was beautiful. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And which part is tough the most difficult?
Most difficult. I don't know, night part.
Night part.
Yes. Was like
It's cold.
I was going downhill in Inthanon, and that was technical, steep, and long. I was very, very tired.
So, how do you feel you become a finisher and also, you know, third in a row and the first in female age group?
Yeah, well, I'm very, very happy. I didn't expect this, and I wanted to be top 5, but it become better than that. So
Right.
I'm very, very happy. Thank you.
So, do you know you have a lot of fans in Thailand now?
I hope so. Yeah.
And you know, this year, as we are World Series, we also live broadcast in 5 languages, including Japanese.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yes. Koichi is a speaker of Japanese right now.
Yeah.
Okay. And, you know, will you join us in UTMB Chamonix to celebrating 20 years anniversary with us in Chamonix, France?
Yeah,
on
probably.
August 28th.
Yeah.
Yes?
Well, I'll be in France in summertime. So.
Wow. So what distance do you think you're going for?
You mean I run
In Chamonix.
Oh, in Chamonix, I'm not sure if I'm running UTMB again because I run 5 times.
ว้าวคุณผู้ชมคะวิ่ง UTMB ระยะ100 ไมล์มา 5 ครั้งแล้วนะ Why not? Because next year is the 20 years anniversary.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I told the other people that I graduated from UTMB this year. Yeah, well, let's see.
We can, you know, celebrate with us. You know, this 20 year is going to be really extraordinary there.
Yeah.
So, you know, you're happy to come back to Thailand again.
Yes.
Yeah. You want to say anything to organizers, you know, in Thailand and UTMB World?
Yeah. Well, thank you for organizing such nice race, and I really enjoyed and this tough race. It's probably tougher than UTMB. Yeah.
All right. You know, before that, I want you to say something in Japanese, you know, because now we have a Japanese channel as well, you know, the broadcast around the world as UTMB World Series. So maybe, I know you have a lot of fans in Japan as well. Okay, so you might want to say something, all your fans and people in Japan.
日本の皆さん応援ありがとうございました。思ったより暑くてちょっと苦戦しましたけど、 ほぼ予定通りのタイムで走れたかなと思います。本当、皆さんが応援してくれてると思って、ちょっと張り切りました。本当ありがとうございました。
And I'm sure that, I saw a lot of Japanese, running from yesterday to today too. Can, congratulate them and encourage them that they're still running inside for all the Japanese runners, maybe in Japanese, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, say, encourage them. They're still in the forest.
まだコース上で頑張ってる皆さん、頑張ってください。諦めなかったら絶対ゴールに着くんで、暑いですけども、頑張ってください。応援してます。
Ah, last but not least, you not only have the fans in Japan, you have the fans around the world, especially in Thailand. What do you like to say to all your fans, around the world and in Thailand?
Fans in Thailand, thank you for welcoming me, and it's been really nice to be back in Thailand, and everyone's so friendly to me, and it's been great. Thank you so much.
And here we go. Thank you so much. And here we go. Our top elite of Japan, Kaori Niva. Arigatou gozaimasu. และนี่แหละค่ะอันดับหนึ่งของญี่ปุ่นเนี่ยคารินิบะและนี่นะคะอันดับหนึ่งนะหญิงของญี่ปุ่นนะคารินิบะนะคะคนนี้บอกเลยว่าเป็นสาวแรงมากๆ Okay, congratulations to Kariniva. She's the first in age group.
Submit 160 woman.
Yeah, congratulations. 110. Well done. Congratulations. And Benita Kuzi from Denmark.
Right, so it seemed like there was an advertising break, but Matey here was indeed watching for our fourth female finisher in the 100-mile race in the women's category, coming from Brazil, Manuela Vila Seca. And so hopefully we can have an interview looking back.
Benja one.
So Natty will actually run down to the start to try and let the people know, because it seems like now we ran out of people who can film, and we're locked in onto the fixed camera, which is a bit of a shame, because that was the fourth place finisher, Manuela Vila Seca from Brazil, representing Team Kraft, finishing 26th overall in a time of 29 hours 48 minute and 41 second precisely. So crossed the line like just a couple of minutes ago.
Congratulations of 2 runners, well done! Six, 3, 6, 5 and 5, 1, 5, 5, well done. Shai is your fourth female, yes. Yeah, Manon.
There we go. I think it has been corrected.
Manon, you are the 4th place overall of female.
And Sofia will do an interview with Manuela, hopefully asking her a few questions as she surely deserves to be highlighted, especially representing Brazil, which isn't very common. We haven't seen many runners from Brazil, and so when they place so high in the rankings, it is definitely worth giving them a little bit of love, a little bit of visibility, and hopefully have that interview with Manuela.
And 5194, congratulations. Evie, well done from Canada. Well done. Number 31 from Japan, Kazuyuki-san. Well done. Congratulations to one more. 5124 Sarawut Panta. And next 6249, congratulations. Harathon Phum Rung Ruang.อยากการใจมาแล้วนะพี่น้องแฟนๆมาเชียร์กันได้เลยนะ and hero number one in Thailand อันดับหนึ่งป้อมสัญญาคานชัยเอาเลี้ยงค่ะเตียงกายัง one more time 110 ไซส์ M 110 ไซส์ M คุณนิติอวาราเรกเตอร์
เข้ามาแล้วนะฮะนักวิ่งไทยคนแรกของระยะสมิธ160นะไม่ใช่ใครนะแสนยาขาดสัญญาขาดใจ
เลยนะคะน้องป้อมสัญญาคานชัย from Thailandป้อมสัญญา Congratulations from Hong Kong และป้อมสัญญาคาชัยแน่นอนได้ไป UTMB ชาโมเดฟรังเศส2023Congratulations ยินดีด้วยค่ะ ป๊บนึงนะ เย้ทีมงานขอไมค์หน้าเส้นหน่อยได้ไหมคะทีมงานขอไมค์สัมภาษณ์คุณป้อมสัญญาการชันนิดนึงค่ะโอ้โหแฟนคลับป้อมครับแฟนคลับเยอะมากเขาอยากได้ยินเสียงป้อมนะคะเดี๋ยวจะถามป้อมว่าเป็นยังไงบ้างนะคะสำหรับการไปครั้งนี้นะคะป้อมสวัสดีแฟนๆหน่อยแล้ว
สวัสดีครับโลโอ้เส้นทางสะอาดครับผมแต่ยากมากเลยครับผมยากมากทางมันเอียงทางมันชัน
congratulations แล้วเป็นยังไงบ้างเพราะว่าวันนี้ระยะทางไกลขึ้น elevation เกณฑ์สูงขึ้น
สูงขึ้นผมกะเอา27 ชั่วโมงแต่วิ่งไปแล้วโอ้โหมันทางมันชันแล้วก็ทางมันเอียงครับผมวิ่งยาก
แล้วเป็นยังไงบ้างสำหรับครั้งนี้ทำได้อันดับ1ประเทศไทยอีกแล้ว
ก็ไม่ประทับใจผลงานเท่าไหร่ครับผม
เมื่อกี้ได้ข่าวว่าเกิดอะไรขึ้นรองเท้าใหม่เกิดอะไรขึ้นกับรองเท้าฮะ
มันกัด
นะรองเท้ากัดเอ็นดูนะคะมีคนบอกว่าเอ็นดูอีกแล้วเป็นยังไงบ้างแน่นอนแล้วประกาศแล้วว่าป้อมจะเป็นคนไทยที่ได้ไป UTMB ชาโมนีฝรั่งเศสอีกครั้งหนึ่งเพื่อไปฉลอง20 ปีกับ UTMB World ที่ชาโมนีครั้งหนึ่ง
ครับผม
ถือตรงนี้รู้สึกยังไงบ้าง
ก็ดีใจครับผมแต่ถ้าจะไปให้ไปดีๆก็ต้องซ้อมดีๆกว่านี้หน่อย
ไปดีๆซ้อมดีๆกว่านี้
หน่อย
จะพร้อมซ้อมตั้งแต่ตอนนี้เลยไหมเพราะยังไงต้องไปเบตงก่อน
ครับผม
เบตงอเมเซนจังก็เจอไทยแลนด์ UTMB
ครับ
ใช่ไหมคะวันนี้ป้อมอยากจะขอบคุณใครบ้าง
ขอบคุณกระทรวงแล้วก็กกทครับผมแล้วก็ผู้มีส่วนร่วมที่ให้จัดงานสปอนเซอร์กับให้เป็นเทรลระดับโลกเนี้ยเป็นชื่อเสียงของประเทศไทยก็ยินดีครับผมยินดีมากครับผม
แล้วส่วนตัวอยากจะขอบคุณใครบ้างสปอนเซอร์ของเราผู้สนับสนุนของเรา
ก็รองเท้าครับผมรองเท้าแล้วก็
รองเท้าที่กัดเหรอ
กัดแล้วผมก็กัดมันด้วยเปลี่ยนกันกัดครับผมเปลี่ยนกันกัดแล้วก็นาฬิกาซุนโตะครับผม
นาฬิกาซุนโตะนะ
ยังไม่ดับปล่อยให้มันขึ้นเรื่อยๆก่อน
นะคะมีอะไรสุดท้ายเลยอยากจะพูดอะไรกับแฟนๆของเราบ้างแฟนๆของป้อมสัญญาทั่วประเทศไทยเลยรวมถึงชาวไทยที่อยู่ต่างประเทศด้วย
ก็ใครมาวิ่งงานอินทนนท์ก็ผมจะมากจะน้อยเนี่ยแต่ถ้าใครวิ่ง100 ไมล์โอ้โหสุดยอดมากต้องซ้อมดีกับผมต้องซ้อมดี
แล้วจะ
ยากมากเลย
จะขอบคุณอะไรแฟนๆทั่วประเทศคนไทยทั้งอยู่ในประเทศไทยและอยู่ต่างประเทศด้วยแฟนของเรา
ก็ขอบคุณครับผมเพื่อนๆพี่ๆที่เชียร์ให้กำลังใจแล้วก็มาวิ่งด้วยกันครับผมให้เป็นอะไรให้มันได้ออกกำลังกายครับผมมาเจอสิ่งสวยๆงามๆอย่างเงี้ยบรรยากาศผมว่าวันนี้ที่วิ่งไปอากาศดีครับผมทั้งแดดทั้งร้อนแดดนิดๆหน่อยๆแล้วก็มีหมอกมีฝนตกปล่อยๆเส้นทางดีครับผม
ชวนแฟนๆวิ่งเลยนะ
โหดพี่โหด
มีคนถามว่าแล้วคราวนี้ได้นอนบ้างไหม
ไม่นอนนะผมไม่นอนแต่ง่วงเอาน้ำตกล้างหน้าก็หาย
เอาน้ำตกล้างหน้าก็หายนะคะแฟนๆเห็นเอ็นดูไหมเอ็นดูขอบคุณนะน้องป้อมไป
sur moi là j'ai mon client qui arrive sur moi avec un t-shirt blanc je crois ok vous m'avez entendu ouais c'est ça 204 ça m'arrive voilà et il a bien une tête de chinois d'ailleurs avec des cheveux rouges un peu
all right team here we are first man in the 100 kilometer that started this morning right from where we're standing at the ultra trail village. And there's been a change in position. I believe this is the Chinese runner. Oh, I mean, there were two Chinese runners, my bad. So, yes,
but we don't know
throwing some confusion here.
Yep. Was that a 204? I believe that's 204. Maybe not.
Well, it is.
How many? Yeah. Yeah.
Watch out.
Sung, that's, yeah, my eyes still okay. That's 204. Sung. In fact, they were.
So he has passed because it was pick on you.
It was pick on you. earlier.
So he has made a move, a late surge in the race, change of position. This is what we had seen in the predicted times, and we had called out, and so it has happened indeed. And look at him move through, kind of dodging all the fallen trees and going back and forth. He is now still 6 kilometers, like 5.5 precisely away from the finish line. So we're gonna be with him for a while. He's taking out his poles again for that climb. So hopefully you're still with us. Yep. There's still some action going on.
He's going down to A14, right? To the school, the one we saw earlier with the drones. Yeah. So hopefully this is the last, or almost last, ridge that he has to climb. I mean, the pass that he has to climb.
Yeah, another cam runner on the side of the trail. They all ready to wait. So maybe he'll wait for the second place runner. We don't know how far back he is. Perhaps they're actually close to one another.
Yeah, they were at the aid station A13 together, 1 minute apart.
Oh, there you go.
Less than 1 minute, actually. Oh, okay, 1 minute apart. Yeah, 1 minute and a bit. But he's legging it now. He's moving fast, almost running away from the camera. Just cross the stream, moving fairly well. They don't look as damaged as the 100-mile runners. It's 11 hours and 5 minutes into the race. He's about to cover 100 kilometers. It's actually at kilometers 96.5, 96.6.
Yeah, and of course it's slightly longer than 100 kilometers flat. It's like actually 103 precisely, as you can see on the screen right here. And so yeah, he's got about like 5.5. No, 6.5. Sorry, 6.5 kilometers to go.
But we should see him entering the aid station pretty soon, because this is coming down. And we know this is coming down to the aid station. We've seen the paddy fields, we've seen the trail coming down leading into the aid station. This could be a close fight. So we really should keep our eyes on the next camera.
And it looks, looking at the rankings, it looks like Scotty Hawker is moving slightly up in the rankings, passing Longfei Yan. And other than that, third and fourth place have not swapped. Richard Lockwood still in third, and Christian Meyer in fourth from Canada. So it looks like we're back on the finish line, so perhaps we weren't having enough reception to cover that part of the course, because this is actually why we couldn't show you the other runners for that section. We tried. We're going to have a quick commercial break, and hopefully we'll be back with the lead runners, or perhaps the second runner also from China in that 100K. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Yeah.
Come on! No need to hurry, right? Look at the camera. Congratulations, the one is coming. Who's number 6432, Anthony Hilliam.อีกหนึ่งนักวิ่งจากตัวแทนประเทศไทย 6312 ขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะครับ โอ้โหเวลาดีจริงๆครับแรงนะฮะเป็นจูเนียร์13นะครับคุณทัศยานะครับขอแสดงความยินดีด้วย
น้องทัศยาอรริกเนี่ยฮะ หนุ่มน้อยของเราผู้วิ่งเทรลกับเรามา4 ปีซ้อนเลยนะคะสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับทัชยาอรริกนะคะ
หมายเลข
And congratulations, some more of the runners coming on the Y6300 from Thailand. พงศิษฐ์หงคำ
All right, we're back with the front runner in the 100 kilometers, still moving really well. I guess he knows that second place is not too far back and probably does not want to leave it to a sprint finish. So try to make some ground here on that technical descent across the creek and then back up the other side. And as you were saying, Nati, he can't be too far from the last aid station, maybe in that opening there. This is where there's a nice and easy stroll down into that aid station, and from there it's 4.5 kilometers to the finish. Yeah, I think it will be at the bottom on the right corner.
But mind you, there's a massive climb back up
coming out of the aid station.
Yes, of the aid station as well. Okay, we're back with the runner completely now. This is nice. This is what we want to see at this moment. They must know, but they have seen each other at the aid station, that's certain. I bet he made a move just before the aid station as well, so they must have known each other's position. Interestingly, Scotty Hawker is moving up. I've just met Mrs. Hawker and Mrs. Meyer earlier, and they must be pleased now knowing that Mr. Meyer and Mr. Hawker has moved up. Oh, in the case of Mr. Meyer, stay at the 4th position. Right, down. This is hard. This is hard work on the quads.
They're still moving quite smooth, eh? I think it's pretty good. I mean, this is a 100 case. So it's not quite as far as the 100 miles, and they haven't spent a night out. But I feel like it looks pretty smooth going down that very technical section here. And he looks well aware of what he's doing, taking the poles on the side, and still some bounce in his stride.
Yeah, and you know he's pushing hard because he knows exactly that the guy right behind is so close. They're 1 minute and a bit into the aid station. Okay, we can see the school now. Just looking back quickly. Not sure if that's a cameraman or the next runner. This is close.
You go.
They've been running for 11 hours and 13 minutes, and they are only, well, according to the timing point, A13, they're only 1 minute and a half difference between number 1 and number 2.
Thank you very much.
10 minutes, 12 minutes behind there is Richard Lockwood. Moving into third.
Going for Coke. Going for Coke. That's always a good move late in the race. Get quick sugar.
Pure sugar going up.
Boom.
Boom.
It's not something we necessarily recommend you to drink on a daily basis, but when it comes to getting a little bit of a boost for a final surge, it always works. And plus, it doesn't upset your stomach at all, because I don't know if you know the story of Coca-Cola was invented as kind of a medicine for stomach ache. Oh, what did you say? I was talking back with the studio. And there you go, back with the poles, out of the aid station.
He knows exactly what the course is like.
5Ks to go.
He must have studied it well. As soon as he's out of the aid station, pulls out, using it straight away.
And on the right side, what is a major? And let's see. Oh, where is it? Yeah, Corinne is really wondering what is a major. Do you have the answer? I'll get back to you when Corinne finds out. But the three majors for 2023 are Cannes by UTMB for the Americas, Valderon by UTMB once again in the Spanish Pyrenees, and Doi Inthanon, Thailand by UTMB for the Asia Pacific. So 2 of the 2022 majors will remain majors in 2023. And we had none for the Americas in 2022, and now we do have Kenyans. So that means that each of these races, in every distance, the top 10 runners will get an automatic entry into the final of UTMB, and that will last for 15 months. So if the race happens to be within 3 months of the UTMB final, they can choose to participate in the same year after. It's essentially valid for 15 months, like I said. And in any other races, and I believe now the count for 2023 is 32 races in the UTMB World Series. Any of the races that aren't major, then it is only the top 3 runners, male and female, of every distance that will punch their ticket and automatic entry into the final.
The left, on the left.
It's good. He had Coke at the aid station. I think he's downing at jail right now. It's good that he keeps fueling, because you could be like, oh, okay, I only have a little bit of ground to cover. I'm not going to pay attention too much to nutrition, but really all the way until the end, especially on these long races, you want to look after yourself, because you're never safe until you cross the finish line. And we never know, because the second place, who has been in the lead for a long time, could really well be coming back, or not having at least said his last word.
Yeah, and it's 200 meters of climbing back to the finish line, so it's a fair amount of climbing after 98.5 kilometers.
So Peikian, you could very well be trying to close in. He still hasn't gone through the A14 aid station though, and he's estimated to arrive at that aid station in 12 minutes, which would mean, to be fair, that Yang Tsang is pretty safe. But see how hard it is, that kind of climb, when you're at the back end of 100K. All of a sudden you lose a lot of ground. So if anybody is feeling slightly better, they can make a big difference. But Ho Kwai-Sung looks pretty good, still running, transitioning from power hiking to running whenever he can. And I think that's a really good sign for the Chinese runner now.
Yeah, pushing down hard, using the upper body to help the lower part.
Yeah, you can see how helpful those poles are in the later sections, especially when it gets steep. Your legs are tired, and you can use, as you said, Nati, your upper body to kind of drag you up the hill. At least not slow down. So that will use about the same amount of energy, but it will lift off some of your legs, and I think at this point, anything counts, anything helps.
Yeah, you may even use more energy, but as long as you're moving faster, there's no free speed, right? So you need to put something in, but as long as you have the energy, turn that energy into speed is what you want right now.
And that could also help, like, prevent from having cramps by pushing a bit too hard on the ups, or actually at least, or as well on the downs, because you reduce the pounding, you reduce the impact that your legs have to go through. But I'm still impressed by the spring that Kyohya Stang has in his legs, still running on that flatter section here alongside a little canal that you were saying just above the village.
Yeah, this is quite common when the village is big enough to invest or have enough manpower to construct such irrigation system.
There you go, probably passing one of the 100-mile runners.
Heading west into the sun. We have our eyes actually peeled on the screen right now, trying to see Lee Kuan Yew. He is not into A14 just yet, and the clock's ticking. Wu Huazhang went in A14 at 4:13 p.m., which means that's 7 minutes ago. But from the last aid station, A13 to A14, the climb is massive. Is at that point in the race, 1,000-meter climb could make or break your race, and that's definitely what's happening here.
You can go straight. It's okay, same. Go.
Yep, he just...
Same.
Is that turning? No.
I don't really know what happened there.
Yeah, the ribbon is actually being tied on the bottom staircase. So he was confused whether it's for him to go up or not. So you're marking your trails for runners, making sure when you have things like that, turning off like that, making sure you put the markings right after. After.
Past the intersection, always indeed. Because otherwise, if it's on the intersection, you might be wondering, which way do I go? Just like Corinne is wondering, which way should she go if the ribbon is right on the intersection? So, just got the answer.
Yeah, just don't tell Corinne that. How do we get that captured? That's excellent. Anyway, right back at the finish line.
ใช่แล้ว
ที่เงียบๆไม่ใช่อะไรนะ พยายามสะกดอยู่นะฮะ
เช่นกันนักวิ่งจากประเทศไทยของเรายินดีด้วยนะครับเพื่อนๆครับ
คุณธนสินนะยินดีด้วยนะครับ
ยินดีด้วยเรียกว่าตอนนี้นะ11 ชั่วโมง 22 นาทีนะสำหรับพาโกด้า50นะครับ
เวลาในตอนนี้ใช่ไหมฮะ11 ชั่วโมง 22 นาทีนะฮะ
ใช่แล้ว
10 ชั่วโมงฮะ10 ชั่วโมง 23 นาที
ขออภัยครับถ้า11มันคือระยะ
ของคลิป
100ครับขออภัยครับ
นะฮะเขินๆกันไปนิดนึง
เพราะเราปล่อยไปเมื่อตอน 6 โมงเช้านั่นเองนะครับตอนนี้นะยินดีต้อนรับเพื่อนๆที่เพิ่งมาถึงนะครับเพราะว่าหลายๆคนนะครับมารับบิ๊บนี่เองนะครับ
และอีกอย่างนะพี่ไผ่
ยังไง
นักวิ่งที่วิ่งเข้าเส้นชัยแล้วนะฮะ
ครับ
อย่าผ่านซุ้มนี้นะเดี๋ยวชิปมันอ่านอีกรอบ
พูดเป็นเล่นไป
เรื่องจริงๆ
เอาจริงๆเนี่ย
ผู้ใหญ่เขาบอกมา
There we go. Hwatsong about to cross the 100K mark, and we'll have only 3 kilometers to go. Still moving really well here on that technical section. And so far, the second place runner, Paekwan Yu, has not gone through the last aid station. So he is pretty safe. And I guess now we can say that he will roll into the finish line in first position to claim the win on that 100K. And adding one more Chinese athlete onto the top positions for the day. They've been extremely strong here in this Do Inthanon, Thailand by UTMB. They were first and second in the 100-mile race, in the men's race. And you can see he's still cautious and try to look back, but in the distance, he will not see anyone. We can tell you that much. And therefore, that's a little bit of safety in the bank. He'll just have to look after himself for this last 3 kilometers and come into the finish line at probably like 11:45, 11:50. Probably less than that. Oh, there is a bit of a kick at the end. So I'll slow him down a little bit.
Which starts here. He's still moving really well.
Yeah, that's a good sign age here. Oh, it looks like at every intersection we have connection issues.
มาเลยเย้โอ้หนุ่มหล่อขาแรงของเราอีก1 คนนะยิ้มหวานเลยนะยิ้มกว่าตลาดมาเลยฮะคุณวิริยะคุณทัศวรรณธนวรรณนะช้างแก้วนะครับขาแรงของเราเย้ยินดีด้วยนะครับคุณเกรียงศักดิ์ลังกาดีนักวิ่งหนุ่มจากลาสปอตน่าคุ้นๆจังเลยฮะเย้ชื่ออะไรครับพี่ชื่ออะไรครับพี่เปิ้ลนะฮะมีการเดินมาตะกิดด้วยชื่อเปิ้ลนะฮะคุณพี่ประยุงศักดิ์นะฮะอันนี้ก็คือไปฟินิชเชอร์ที่ UTMB มาแล้วด้วยนะฮะคุณประยุงศักดิ์วรรณกิจนะครับคุณทิติวัฒน์นะยินดีด้วยนะครับและตอนนี้สายข่าวรายงาน
And there he is, Paekwan Yu, coming into the 814 aid station. There you go. He's got to go up the stairs, access the aid station.
Oh, wait.
No!
That's Richard.
That's Richard Lockwood, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, the chat is gonna go crazy. He has actually passed Paekwan Yu, and this is our American runner, Richard Lockwood, from Seattle, who has actually taken second position here and will now. Oh, yeah. Hopefully that was just water and not an energy drink. Otherwise, that's gonna get sticky. That was sports brain. Well, Richard is gonna get sticky, but at this point, it doesn't matter. He's taken the second place in this 100K, ladies and gentlemen, with less than 5 kilometers to go. Oh, what a move! What a move from Richard. Corinne is like, I regret not being here right now. I wish I could be here and comment this live because Richard Lockwood, ladies and gentlemen, again in second place at the aid station.
Wow.
He's not saying much. He's drinking a lot. Maybe he ran out of water at some point.
Yeah, he must have pushed hard.
But what a fantastic news here. And what a move. Again, he had a stellar performance at Run Rabbit Run 100 mile earlier this year in September. And now managed to squeeze into the second position down the stairs. And don't get fooled, the runner just ahead of him is a runner from the 100 miles, so nothing to worry about for Richard. And look at him go, on his way to claiming the second place here in this 100K, thanking all the volunteers.
Wow.
Richard looking good, looking really, really good. And as Corinne was telling us earlier, because she knew him better than we did, he works in a hospital as a technician or in a technical thing. And basically by winning Run Rabbit Run, he actually paid his own way to Chiang Mai and then Inthanon National Park to be able to compete in this 100K, hoping to punch his ticket to UTMB final, the final of the UTMB World Series in Chamonix at the end of August next year in 2023. And he's not only doing that, but scoring so far an amazing second place. And so our camera runner was asking him if that was difficult. It was like, yeah, it's been crazy, but so fun. And yes, with the smile on his face, and obviously pretty stoked, I bet, from having moved up into second place. Ladies and gentlemen, Richard Lockwood in the house. 5Ks to go to come and claim the second place.
Wow.
It is late in the US, so we got no one in the chat, but we're here to cheer him up. And again, this will be available as replay, so I'm sure a lot of people will be able to tune in later and check it out.
At 8:13, he had 12-minute deficit, and now he's ahead. We still have to wait and see how much advantage he has over Piquan Yu.
Yeah,
he's definitely turned a 12 minutes deficit into an advantage now.
So there's several scenarios that we can think about. Either Piquan Yu completely blew out and is getting stuck, but by the look at how Richard is moving, I would also bet on the fact that Richard has actually had a very strong back end of the race and made ground on Piquan. And I don't think he's going much slower than actually Hua who has gone through the same course about 10 to 15 minutes ago.
It's only 15 minutes separating them.
Yeah.
However, the estimated time... Oh, 15 minutes as well.
15 minutes as well. There we go.
Yep.
They're moving at about the same speed. Look at him go. Boom. Pulls in. Clip in.
And up we
and
go.
And push hard.
On the finish.
Yeah.
Good job.
Thank you.
Very good job.
Getting cheered on by a camera runner. Always good to get an extra stoke. And he's the first runner to actually
use the stairs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering that when Corinne was saying like keeping off them, but maybe you probably should stay on them because it's easier on your calves.
And yeah, exactly. You put your foot down flat on the ground.
Yes, exactly. Maybe it was wetter this morning, but yeah.
Perhaps,
but,
yeah.
Yeah, that's a smart move because that's where the villagers are using. The left-hand side is for the mopeds and the bicycle, and the right-hand side is for walking.
And there we go. We've got people on the live chat. Michael and Camilla, the cheering on Richard. Go Richard. He is looking great indeed. What a comeback from Richard, who's been third throughout the whole day, almost since the start. Since we had the first images, because they started in the dark, so we didn't quite have the first kilometers. And in the later stage of the race, moving extremely well and taking on the second position of this 100K. What a stellar run. What a stellar race management. He will be so pumped to cross the finish line in that position, and in the process, punching his ticket to the final of UTMB CCC definitely a race he belongs to, seeing the level of performance he's pulling out today. And it's extra exciting to see deserving runners like this who are not part of a team, who are not, like, let's say, paid to run. They have a job on the side, and they still commit to training just for the love of it. And thanks to a win again at Run Rabbit Run, where this is a 100-mile where there's a massive prize purse in the US. I think it's still around just above 10 grand US. So enough money to fund his own way to Thailand and to take part in this race in the Continental Championships, because he knew there was 10 spots available to make it to CCC. But he didn't need 10 spots, he just needed 2.
Yeah, let's go!
He's still thanking on, apologizing to all those travelers.
Bro,
tourists.
look at that.
Oh, what's that? Oh, wow.
Richard is on fire!
Wow. Oh, that's sketchy.
And he's totally gonna make ground on Hua Chong and come less than 15 minutes back from the front runner, from the leader of this 100K race. Oh, yep. Making sure that...
Oh, what's happening here?
Whoa, so one of the 2 runners did not go the right way.
Hosang definitely went straight.
But not quite on purpose, because our camera runner was just telling him to keep going. So, yep, there's a bit of a confusion here. Let's, at least it looks like he was just a little loop. Yep, leading the same way, so maybe a few seconds lost, but didn't look like he bothered Richard at all. He went up and down that path like he was nothing. Oh, thanks, Aaron Long. Run Rabbit Run is actually 15 Ks now. 15 grands US for the win.
She is from Thailand, Kanchana Hematraku.
So you can actually get yourself not only a trip to Thailand, but probably treat yourself with a Thai massage to recover from that 100K tomorrow. And probably a few beers to party and to celebrate that second place, which is really, really great. Outstanding. And Corinne would be so stoked right now if she was with us, but, you know, in all honesty, she has earned her night. She's worked so hard this whole season and this past couple of days with us. So now let's see when is Hua Chong expected at the finish. Still another
18 minutes.
18 minutes, yes, thank you. So
Number
that's a bit of an area where we lose reception, so we won't have... Oh, yep, we're still with Richard. Coming out of there. What an effort.
Huh?
Yeah, definitely moving strong here on that time.
Yeah, he's running every flat section.
Oh, that was nearly a trip. You don't want to do that, Rich. Don't scare us. We need you to make it to the finish line and take that second place. Yeah, we weren't lying to you. This section is actually quite challenging when it comes to reception, and the image is telling us just that. But we'll keep up with him. All right, who's still in the US following the race in the late hours of the night? Cheering on for Rich and any other American runners, or any other runner for that matter. Is there anyone still in the house?
Come on, Team USA. Get behind your runner. It's definitely still working really hard.
And or either Team USA or Team Terex. Hashtag one team, because he is still kitted up head to toe in Terex gear. And he's got the, I believe, the Ultra Speed. Speed Ultra, my bad, on his feet. Pretty good shoe with the boost cushioning. And actually the last of the Boston, which makes it extremely comfortable. I love footwear.
Yep. Ale.
คือ4นัด7910กรุงเทพมหานครนะรถของท่านจอดกีดขวางนะกอไก่
All right, Michael is in the house, and actually, yes, Corinne pointed this out earlier. Indeed, that Anna Holgood as well had a breakout race at Gorge 100K after I think 1 or 2 editions where it didn't happen, and they are indeed not crushing it together in Thailand. This is fantastic. This is awesome to watch. And yeah, thanks for still being here from the US of A.
Congratulations to one mile already here on the finish line. Welcome.
Speaking of which, let's see how Hannah is doing. She's 19 minutes back from Yuri Yoshizumi, from Japan, who has been in the lead now for quite a while. And they are both expected at A14 aid station, 20 minutes apart, according to our timing predictor. So that's another hour away.
Congratulations, 6-6 for 8 from United Kingdom.
Yuri Yoshizumi to come into the aid station that we just saw Rich go through about 10 minutes ago.
6211 from Hong Kong. Kam Long Lor from Hong Kong.
DG also in the house, cheering on Rich. Great job indeed.
Yes,
Congratulations to our ladies runner.
Lee Kuan Yew. He's not at A14 yet.
Still not at A14. Oh, whoa. Something must have happened here. Lee Kuan Yew is maybe paying the price of an early effort to stay in the lead, and doesn't have quite everything in the tank anymore. But this is only assumptions until we see him go through the aid station. We'll see what he looks like, how he feels like, whether he stops for a while. Right now, we can only make hypotheses about his state so far in third position.
6-5-2-6-2.
And yeah, still on the finish line, we've got runners coming in from the 50K, from the 100 miles, from the, well, not yet from the 100K.
From Hong Kong, Emmanuel Kerman from Albania, and Mohammed Hakim Rossi from Malaysia, Kit Yi Cheng from Hong Kong. And
that's impressive running with a hat on, and it's still 26 degrees Celsius out on that finish line. Aaron Long is still here as well, also from Seattle, hometown.
and followed by
And you can definitely stick with us because we'll be waiting for those top 100K runners obviously to come in, and we'll be waiting for also the top female runner of this 100K.
โอ้ยปล่อยให้พี่รอเสียนานเลยคนสวยของพี่นะฮะ
Yuri, Yoshizumi, Hannah all good as well, and hopefully we will catch a glimpse of Ying Yangtong from China because she is quite a ways back, and actually the setup has to be taken down. Here we are in the kind of HQ offices, and the whole live coverage team has actually a schedule, and they're leaving the country. So hopefully we'll be able to stay long enough with the kit to welcome the third place finisher in the women's 100K. But first and second, 100% sure we will be there no matter what.
from Switzerland, and followed by one of our beautiful runners, One Pen from Pen 5093 from Thailand.
คุณวันเพ็ญพร้อมเพชรนะเข้าเส้นมาแล้วน้องจิ๋วนะครับผม
น้องจิ๋ววันเพ็ญนะชนะได้ตลอดทำฟินิชเชอร์ได้จริงๆนะมีนะคุณชาริตสุทธิพันธ์นะทำคุณชาริตเมื่อกี้เพิ่งวิ่งเข้านะคะทำบัตรประชาชนตกไว้นะคุณชาริตค่ะคุณชาริตสุทธิพันธ์นะคะเพิ่งเข้าเส้นเมื่อกี้นี่เองนะอามินตราท่าสม from Thailand congratulations and followed by of course I can see this Thailand congratulations 5068ท่านวลาบสุขคารักษ์ยินดีด้วยนะคะแอนนริศเสริมหัตถกิจ from Thailand คุณชริตแน่มารับบัตรประชาชนคืนได้นะคะคุณชริตนะคะเพิ่งเข้าเส้นเมื่อกี้นี้นะคะรับประชาชนคืนด้วยค่ะ
ลงเท่าไหร่นะ
Congratulations to Wai Holo from Malaysia
ตอนนี้นะพี่นามาแล้วนะพี่นาออนเดอริงจากโฮก้า
Jessie from Indonesia แล้วพี่นามาแล้วขวัญใจคนไหนของเรานะคะ
คุณนาทุกคนนะและคุณกันติยานะยินดีด้วยนะครับ
พี่นาทุกคนนะวันตยา
ยินดีด้วยนะครับพี่นาก็ประชาสัมพันธ์นะครับเพื่อนๆครับตอนนี้นะฮะเราได้เปิดพื้นที่ในบริเวณสตาร์ทไลน์นะครับเพื่อนๆสามารถเข้ามานั่งนะฮะให้กำลังใจเพื่อนๆได้เลยนะครับนี่เราเปิดพื้นที่ให้แล้วนะครับเดินมาจากด้านหน้าได้เลยนะมาส่งกำลังใจเชียร์เพื่อนได้เลยนะครับโอ้โห 16:48 นาทีครับเพื่อนๆครับตอนนี้
อากาศเย็นแล้วครับเพื่อนๆตอนนี้นะฮะ25 องศาเซลเซียสครับ
วัยรุ่น 50K ของเรามาอีกแล้วนะฮะพาโกด้า50นะฮะคุณนรินทร์นะชัยประดิษฐ์นะยินดีด้วยนะครับ
But one for one Narin Chai Pradit from Thailand.
Ah là, ça va faire, ça va faire.
We are back.
Ok.
We are back with our leader.
Yeah, not sure what they were saying, but he was looking back for a second, but now he can relax. He does have time as much as Richard was. I mean, in second, yes, he was still 15 minutes back. So as much as he was moving potentially a bit faster, and there you go, he can feel. Making a sign to our camera runner, to the camera, to you at home, the audience, and even to you, Corinne. Even if you're wondering, will Richard catch him or not? Probably not.
Probably not. He just crossed the bridge, and now he's turning. Soon we'll be turning left onto the road.
And Hu Hua Song from China, representing Solomon, will be crowned winner of this 2023 edition of the Cliffs 100, the Inthanon, Thailand by UTMB, the UTMB World Series Asia Pacific Major. Oh, he's looking back, making sure he doesn't have to go through a sprint finish. I know he's pretty safe, unless he gets run over by a car, but that would not be fun. But I'm sure our camera runner is making a boom. Hey, one pole will poke his eye out. That last section is way more dangerous than we thought.
That's quite eventful there.
There's a lot of things going on. But there he is. Still looking back, making sure nobody's on his tail.
Checking.
That's going to be 12 hours to cover 103 kilometers with... Oh, there we go. So I think that's kicking us out from the live. Oh, look at him. Oh, he's launching the sprint, ladies and gentlemen. If there's a cramp, that's going to be painful. Oh, no, I think he was joking. He's very confused, doesn't really know where to go. Yeah, I think it's safer to take it easy and go into the finish line.
100! Who shot from China? Inthanon!
What a race, and what a comeback again. Ho Shot Song was in second position for a long time until he managed to sneak into the first position, and actually Tae Kwan Yu, who was in first, has now been bumped into third because American Richard Lockwood has managed to also pass him with an extremely strong finish, and we're expecting Richard Lockwood in the next 15 minutes under the finish line. Okay. There you go. A little bit of a crossing for photos. Maybe the photographers weren't quite ready.
ขอเรียนเชิญผู้ใหญ่ทั้งหนึ่งท่านนะคะเราจะได้ของเราอยู่ไหนคะเดี๋ยวมอบเหรียญให้กับคลิป100หน่อยนะคะ
Not sure what's going on here, but most likely there will be an interview.
160 Congratulations and Bakoda 50 ยินดีด้วยนะครับ
He's have a new record ขอเหรียญกับที่รางวัลไปเลยค่ะขอกราบเรียนเชิญผู้ใหญ่ทั้งหนึ่งท่านนะคะมอบขอกราบเรียนเชิญคุณมัญจรัตน์นะคะเหรียญมาแล้วค่ะพี่ตู่เหรียญมาแล้วค่ะพี่ตู่เหรียญมาแล้วค่ะ Receive the medal from our race director คุณมัญจรัตน์
There we go. Big cheers from the HMC crew for Rich. Again, as we said, he's most likely going to be crossing the finish line in the next 15 minutes or so, probably less now.
Well done, well done.
While our winner of the day is getting his medals. And just when he thought that he was going to be able to sit down and chill for a bit, looks like, oh no, I think that's the trick. You got to sit down and then that's it. They can't move you anywhere else. Good move here. And indeed, Camilla, what an epic sprint finish. I don't know where that was coming from, especially because it was short-lived. It was like a 20-meter surge on the road and then the turn into the finishing chute. And he's now talking with what seems to be his team manager about the look at his t-shirt.
And congratulations to Camille
Congratulations, 6676. Camille and from France.
ไม่มีแรงวิ่งแล้วเหรอพี่
พยาบาล
Oh, yeah. Might be cramps coming up. That would be very understandable, seeing the back end of the race that he's done.
Yeah, straight to the medical tent.
It would have been good to have a bit of an interview. I don't know where exactly. You reckon medical tent?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, health is definitely coming first.
The medical doctor has been called for.
Yay! Woo!
Congratulations. Inthanon from Singapore.
Ah, ยินดีด้วยนะครับ เย้
5103
ควงแขนด้วยความสะใจมาเลย5144ยินดีด้วยนะครับ คุณสิทธิพงษ์หนูอุ่นนะคุณเทียนทันคุณธนกรนะยินดีด้วยนะฮะ
Congratulations 653 Jung from South Korea Hong Tana from Thailand Chiang Min Chen from China
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we were caught off guard, but this is our second man in the 100K, Richard Lockwood, coming from the US of A, from Seattle, more precisely. And as much as the image is not great, we know that he's making his way down gradually towards the finish line. Here's the finish line. Yep, the image was just not good enough quite yet. It was just for you to catch a glimpse of our second place finisher, soon to be second place finisher in the 100K. I'm getting ahead of myself here, but like, we trust that this will happen, and we are just 12 hours into that 100K, precisely 103 kilometers. And we're waiting for Richard in the next 5 minutes to come and cross that finish line and claim that second place. There he is again. On that final descent on that dirt road. Let's see how it's looking. And do we still have Team Rich in the live chat? Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to come back. Final minutes of Rich, and once again he is frozen. Oh no, we're back. He is now in the zone, focused, eyes on the prize. And still moving quite well for, like, actually super well for that last climb. Remember Kari Niwa looking up and says, "Oh, there's a bit of a climb coming up." But this is the end. He'll branch into that road first, and then main road of the Inthanon National Park. Still mindful about hydration and nutrition. We saw that it was absolutely necessary because cramps or any failure could happen even in the later stages of the race. So good move here, Rich. We repeat for those tuning in, thanks to Michael Casarubia, who gave us this additional detail that Corinne had told us earlier today. It feels like the hours have gone by, but I can't even remember what day it is. But Rich Lockwood and alike with Hannah Allgood both had a breakout race together last year at Gorge 100K, kind of their coming out race, and then they've had a stellar year, both of them. And Rich is now about to clock a fantastic second place in that 100K. Less than a kilometer to go. You can see. And in the meantime, Hannah Allgood also is in second position, also crushing it. We'll welcome her just a little later under the finish line, hopefully still in a second position, preventing any major issue, but this is very unlikely to happen because Yuri Yoshizumi is in the lead, and 19 minutes later is Hannah Allgood, and behind is a long way back, about like actually 59 minutes back, so that's quite a gap here. So Hannah Allgood is pretty safe, let's put it that way, in second position, and we're expecting her to come to the finish line quite a while ago, because she's expected in an hour at aid station 8:14, which is 5Ks from the finish. And so then at the pace they're running, we can expect her to cover 5K about like 45 minutes or so between the climbs and the descents. So you see now Richard bombing down the last descent. You most likely can hear the finish line from there. It's looking up in the distance. That's a quad blaster. That final stretch on the pavement. You have to shorten your stride, try to lower the impact. Woo!
But he's flying down.
Oh yeah, he's moving really, really well. Go, Rich. You've got this. Bring it home, buddy.
Do we have Team USA in the house? It's all quiet now. It's kind of a wrong time of day for the audience on the other side of the globe. Final stretch now, final stretch.
Yeah, he can definitely see and hear the finish line from there.
You definitely can hear the finish line. The only thing that can stop him now is a van.
Oh, that would be ugly.
Okay, he's navigating
And then
the
transiting
traffic.
with the e-mountain bike. So shortly, we're gonna have
C'est bon, j'y vais,
visual of Rich. Oh, actually, it wasn't working. So our camera runner will go with Rich all the way to the finish. Up that road, across the bridge, and then hard right into the finishing chute, where he started this morning over 12 hours ago. What a journey.
I'm not sure if he can recognize it.
Oh yeah, no, it will look quite different because this started this morning at night, and this whole structure was lit up like a full moon party. As soon as we're gonna transition into the finish line cameras, our commentary is gonna be cut off. Sophia will be. There you go. Look at that smile! Oh yes, feels good! Ladies and gentlemen, Richard Lockwood!
คลิปร้อยอันดับที่สองมาแล้
Second
ว
of Clips 100 is here.
This way, this way, this way, this way.
He's a bit confused.
Oh,
Nope,
oh.
he has to go around. Yeah, that finish line is a bit tricky. Look at him! Look at the stoke!
To our second place.
Oh, this is so good. Yeah! In the bag! Woohoo! So cool. What a performance here from Richard Lockwood, backing up a win on Run Rabbit Run back in September.
Richard Lockwood.
There you go. His crew, most likely.
100.
ครูเจนครูเจนมาแล้วครูเจน
Taking the time to thank all the.
You were awesome.
คุณพิมพ์ใส
That was so
พอเจนมาแล้ว
พอเจนมาแล้ว
ทีมไกลานะนักวิ่งชายในอันดับ2ของเรียนสมิธ
And you know you're going to
160
be
นะ
go
ยินดี
ultimately
ด้วย
to
นะ
UTMB Chamonix, France. Well done. Yeah.
สุดแกร่ง
Feature jacket size S ค่ะ
พอสุดแกร่งของเรานะยินดีด้วยนะครับ
นี่ถือเป็นนักวิ่ง
คุณ
ไทย
กฤ
คน
ษ
แร
ดาก ทองจิบนะ
Alright,
โอ้โห
getting his finisher jacket.
คุณนิกรครับ
ใช่ครับ
Now we know he's
Oh, I
taking
think he dropped his poles
Yeah.
of excitement. He's gonna have to pick him up. So he's still pretty present mentally. To remember that, I would totally have passed out by now. And this is a replay of Richard coming into A14 aid station. And look at that, he's gonna take like energy drink and roof. There we go. That's gonna be sticky. You know, at this point, whatever works, man. Whatever works. And what a stellar performance from the American here.
Nope. He's not sitting down, so he's going to has to do an interview now.
There be an interview.
Yes, I think so. Sophia's asking for extra microphone,
Okay.
but at least he has his trekking pole back. He hasn't killed anyone with that, I can confirm.
เอาละค่ะเดี๋ยวเราจะมาสัมภาษณ์ถ่ายทอดสดนะคะกับช่องของภาษาอังกฤษนะคะของ UTMB นะคะกับ Richard Lockwood เดี๋ยวต่อไปจะเป็นช่องภาษาไทยนะกับผอ.เจนกฤษณาทองจีบนะคะ This way Okay here we are together with the second overall of Clips 100 Richard Lockwood from the United States of America. How was it, Richard? How was the race today?
The race was totally wild.
Right.
Lots of movement. There was like a really tight pack all the way through like 50K.
Right.
Just people swapping position. I thought that first and second place were far ahead of me. I know first place was definitely far ahead of me, but I was totally surprised. I passed second place right at the top of that Tiger Head Mountain. That was such an amazing experience.
Yeah. Is this first time with Inthanon Thailand by UTMB?
Yes.
Yeah. How do you feel? It's different from any other UTMB race?
Yeah. It was relentless all the way till the end. That climb at the end, the downhills were so steep. But the entire time, like running through strawberry fields, running through coffee fields.
You're not going to pick them up, right? Strawberry.
Might have been a good idea.
Right. So how do you feel like, see all like a breathtaking, sceneries up there? How do you feel, this is the first time you see the view right the top of Thailand?
Yeah, I mean, when we went up that first climb and we were going down that ridge, and there was clouds all below, it's absolutely breathtaking. This is such a beautiful park.
Yeah. Which is the most difficult area for you? I'm asking everyone like that.
I think that first, I think it was right around like 20 miles we climbed up, and then the climb was really hard, and then also going down the ridge was really slippery.
Right.
So even going downhill was really tough. And it was beautiful, so I'm looking around, trying not to fall. But I think that was the most difficult part. Yeah.
And so is any impression up, in the forest here? Was the impression for you like in the course?
Just totally wild. The jungle is amazing. So lush. Ran through pine forest, ran through like crazy jungle, hopping through rivers, and then you pop out in this beautiful little village. It's so cool.
So did you know that you got automatic direct to UTMB, Chamonix, France, to celebrate 20 years anniversary with us in Chamonix on 2023?
I can't wait.
How do you feel?
It's unreal.
Really?
Yeah.
How do you feel?
I'm so excited.
Is it? So are you going to go for 100 again?
I think I'll race CCC. Yeah, go for 100K.
No, you go call UTMB?
I don't know. We'll see.
So you're going to really go to CCC?
As of right now, that's what I'm leaning towards. But we'll see. Right now, I need some rest, and then maybe I'll be able to make a better decision.
And you know that we have another UTMB in Thailand, on the south of Thailand.
I saw
called
that.
Amazing Jungle Thailand by UTMB. In the bottom south of Thailand, we're going to run from Thailand border to Malaysia border.
Wow.
Come back, look like in Chamonix. Do you want to try that in February?
It's going to be amazing.
Yeah, you could try. And, what would you like to say, anything to the organizer in Thailand for Inthanon Thailand by UTMB and UTMB World?
Yeah, thank you everyone here at the park, the course director, everyone at the aid stations. Everyone was so helpful and so kind. And the course was so well marked. It was a really top-notch event.
Will you come back again next year with Inthanon Thailand, which will be Asia Pacific Major?
I would really like to.
Yeah?
I love Thailand.
Oh, you love Thailand. How many times have you been in Thailand already?
This is just my second time.
Oh, first time in Inthanon as well?
Yes, yeah.
So you have to come back next year with us, right?
I hope so.
Would you like to thank all the fans that sharing you, supporting you all day, all night long, that they didn't sleep and they were sharing you? Would you like to say thank you today?
I know, yeah. Thank you everyone back home in Seattle. I know it's like 2 a.m. right now, so I'm not sure who's still awake. But all my training partners, my coach, Jason Schlarb, You guys are just the most amazing support crew, and I couldn't have gotten this done without you.
Last but not least, I wish you all the luck and see you here in Thailand again. And of course, gonna run together with us to celebrate 20 years anniversary with UTMB Group, UTMB Chamonix France on August 28th until September the 3rd. Aren't you?
Yep,
yes.
I can't wait.
Okay, here we come. Our second place of the Clips 100, Richard Lockwood from United States of America.
Very, very cool shout out to his coach Jason Schwartz. Corinne was saying earlier in the day today that the kind of student overcomes the master. I'm sure he's still getting a lot out of his coach, Jason Schlarb, who is still in the race, I believe, but just outside of the top 10.
14th.
There you go, 14th place. Jason Schlarb still in the race, still trucking.
เรามาสัมภาษณ์กันต่อนะคะกับผอ.เจนของเรา
I'm
นะ
sure as soon as Jason will hear that Richard has scored a second place, he will be super stoked and will run with a happy heart to the finish. And as you were pointing out, it's going to be an interesting finish for the third and fourth.
Yeah, it's only a few minutes separating them. 7 minutes separating them at A14. So keep your eyes, do not go anywhere. Keep your eyes peeled on the screen.
In what is about 20 minutes?
In about 20 minutes time, we should have visual, from the field pretty soon.
So I don't know if we'll have camera runs going back for these guys, but this is definitely going to be the finish line camera. So we'll catch them, and technically we should see Pei Guan Yu from China coming in third. However, only a short 2 minutes later is anticipated to see Christian Meyer from Canada. So could Christian catch a glimpse of Pei Guan Yu, then he will probably try to motor and catch him up. So it might be an interesting finish indeed. So stay tuned. In about 20 minutes, that's when we're expecting them to come in.
เข้ามาเป็นคนสองของคนไทยด้วยนะรู้สึกยังไงบ้างขนาดบอกเจ็บแต่เข้ามาอันดับ2ของคนไทยเนี่ย
ดีใจครับดีใจแต่ก็เสียดายเวลาเสียดายอันดับ
ไม่เป็นไรเราแก้ตัวได้
ครับผม
ไปกับเราที่อเมซอนจังเขาไทยแลนด์มาUTMBไหมคะ
น่าสนใจครับ
ไปวิ่งข้ามมาเลยนะ
ใช่ครับ
แล้วคุณรู้ไหมว่าคุณได้ไป UTMB Chamonix ฝรั่งเศสไปฉลอง20 ปีที่นั่นกับเรา
ทราบครับทราบ
รู้สึกยังไง
เพราะว่าดูทางเพจ
รู้สึกยังไงบ้าง
ดีใจครับดีใจแต่ว่าไม่มีค่าเครื่องบินเดี๋ยวขอด้วย
แฟนๆคะช่วยหน่อยนะคะแล้วบอกเลยว่าจะไปวิ่งอีกไหมก็คือ UTMB 100 ไมล์
UTMB น่าสนใจครับน่าสนใจ
เพราะว่าที่นี่วิ่ง Summit ก็คือระยะเดียวกัน100 ไมล์ที่นู่น UTMB พิชิตมาแล้วเมื่อสิงหาที่ผ่านมา CCC 100นะปีหน้าจะเลือก CCC หรือเลือก UTMB
เขาให้โควต้า UTMB อยู่แล้ว
เราก็ถามไปกันนะโอเคนะคะอยากจะให้ผอ.เจนะขอบคุณนะคะหรือพูดอะไรเกี่ยวกับorganizer ประเทศไทยดอยอินทนนท์นะคะแล้วก็ทาง UTMB World แล้วก็แฟนๆของผอ.เจเองด้วยแฟนคลับเยอะมาก
ครับก็ขอขอบคุณทุกคนนะครับแล้วก็UTMB ปีนี้เป็นเรสที่น่าสนใจครับหนักมากหนักจริงๆครับผมยังไงก็ถ้าทุกคนมีโอกาสก็เชิญครับผมครับก็ขอขอบคุณทั้งผู้สนับสนุนทุกรายนะครับครับผมขอบคุณ
แล้วขอบคุณแฟนๆหน่อยไหมแฟนๆผอ.เจนเยอะมาก
ขอบคุณจองเลยค่ะขอบคุณทุกคนด้วยนะครับขอบคุณมากครับ
ทั้งจองและจอที่กล้องเลยค่ะ
ขอบคุณครับ
ผอ.เจนกฤษณาทองจิต from Thailand ขอบคุณผอ.เจนนะคะพักผ่อนนะคะเยี่ยมมากนะคะเอาละค่ะคุณผู้ชมแล้วเราไปติดตามกันต่อนะครับสำหรับ finisher ต่อไปแล้วเราจะมี brief นะคะสำหรับ2ระยะด้วยก็คือTerrace 20 แล้วก็ Tribes 10 นะคะเดี๋ยวพบกันที่เวทีใหญ่ค่ะ
ขอบคุณพี่โซเฟียมากนะครับขอบคุณพี่โซเฟียมากนะครับแล้วก็ระหว่างนั้นนะฮะมีนักวิ่งเข้าเส้นชัยอย่างต่อเนื่องเลยทีเดียวนะครับผมขออนุญาตนะฮะแสดงความยินดีกับนักวิ่งอีกหลายๆท่านเลยนะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นทางคุณวาสินีธีรรศิษฐ์นะครับคุณชนชินีตันชัยสวัสดิ์ครับคุณพวัตนะครับโอลานเว่นะครับมิสเตอร์เซนชิลนะครับมิสเตอร์เจมส์ลิกนีนะฮะคุณหมอเมย์สมิธดาสังกพรนะครับมิสเตอร์ดักกราสมาวันเน่ Mr. Megumi Honcho ซาเวียพามาแอนคุณกะชินโพเห็ดนะครับขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะครับสนุกมากเลยเดียวเอาแล้วเดี๋ยวอีกสักครู่หนึ่งนะเดี๋ยวปิ๊บนะฮะเส้นทางทั้ง2เส้นทางที่เหลือนะครับเพราะตอนนี้นักวิ่งทั้ง2ระยะไปสแตนบายที่เมนสเตจได้เลยนะครับนักวิ่งครับ and congratulations to Mr. Alexander Pung yeah you can do it น้องแม็กครับท่านประธานแม็กจากกระทิงเปลี่ยวนะครับเข้าสู่เส้นชัยแล้วยินดีด้วยนะครับน้องแม็กครับโอ้โหเวลาดีเลยทีเดียวครับทุกท่านครับขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะครับTheเอมิชัยนะครับและคุณจักรพันธ์นะครับน้องแม็กของเรานะครับลินเกียรติสกุลนะครับมาอีก2ท่านเย้เย้เย้เย้ขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะครับแสดงความยินดีกับทั้งคุณสกลอนุสรณ์ศิริลักษณ์นะฮะและคุณมิสเตอร์แพทตีนแฮมตันเย้ Congratulations well done well done Welcome to Finish Line ว้าวว้าวว้าวขอแสดงความยินดีกับคุณอาทิตย์วัดเลิศกุลนะครับหมายเลข519คุณฉายเกษตรบริบูรณ์นะครับขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยครับAlexander Leo ตอนนี้นะอากาศลดลงเหลืออยู่ที่ 21 องศาเซลเซียสนะครับเพื่อนๆครับเย้เย้เย้เย้ Big Congratulations Big Congratulations นาวีจากประเทศไทยนะครับขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยครับสดชื่นนะครับคุณสุพลเลิกนะฮะสุเสงี่ยมนะครับ ชกรตั้งสักการขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยเพื่อนๆเข้ามาถ่ายรูปด้านในได้เลยนะครับมานั่งได้เลยนะครับAnd congratulations to เทียนฮุงวารีดุงนะครับหมายเลข6647ครับตอนนี้ถ้าเป็นแรงนี้เป็น overall คืออันดับที่300นะ306นะครับตอนนี้เรากำลังมีบรีฟเส้นทางในระยะ10กิโลเมตรและ20กิโลเมตรนะครับ Tribe 10นะฮะและเทอร์เลส20นะครับนักวิ่งไปสแตนบายรอได้ที่เมนสเตจได้เลยนะครับเย้เย้เย้เย้เย้Congratulations ขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะครับกับนักวิ่งทุกท่านเลยนะครับหน้าตายิ้มแย้มแจ่มใสมากเลย Congratulations to Mr. David Nicholson Customer 6197คุณทวีศักดิ์หมออาจารย์วีมาแล้วเย้ Good job Good job ดร.ทวีศักดิ์นะครับขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยครับและยินดีกับทั้งคุณศักดิ์สิทธิ์กิติวรสารนะครับขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะครับนักวิ่งจากประเทศไทยหมายเลข50
Pourquoi t'as pas pris le troisième?
Parce que j'ai... Go, 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 go!
Deux.
And you? Yes, I think so. Kailas? Turrets. Turrets.
So we got a runner coming in, but
oh, it's probably 160k.
Oh, we are very confused right now because we do see a runner coming through that line, and one of the camera runners actually following him, but I don't think.
The thing is he Thai? He looks. I should really know him actually. Look at the bib. Look at the bib. Look at the bib. It's
number 30.
30. It's Shinsuke Okonomiya. Indeed, Terex, Fun Trails, Japanese.
He's in the 100 mile.
He's 100 mile.
I'm gonna tell you.
Oh, wow, she's coming! Woohoo!
คุณวชิรวิทย์นะฮะคุณวชิรวิทย์นะอันนี้น่าจะเป็น100อันดับ3หรือเปล่า100 overall อันดับ3นะ
All right, so this is it. So there was a bit of confusion. They were filming 2 runners at the time, but that was Baekwon Hyo from China crossing the line in 3rd place, representing Kailas. There you go, well earned 3rd place after running in 1st place for a while and then probably fading out a little bit in the later stages of that race, and yet still punching his ticket to CCC 2023 should he want to take that option and add one more Chinese contender for the UTMB final races. Exciting times, exciting times. Now we're waiting for Christian Meyer, who should be here anytime now, any minute. He was announced only 2 small minutes right behind Baekwon Hyo. So Christian Meyer from Canada
ตอนนี้ด้านหน้านี้นักวิ่งเข้ามารัวๆฮะคุณนิกรครับ
และอีกหนึ่งหนุ่มซัมมิต160 ที่เพิ่งเข้าเส้นนะฮะชุนสุเกะโอคุโนมิยะนะฮะ Congratulations
from Japan ใช่ไหมไปแล้ว
ชื่ออย่างนี้มาจาก
And yes, we get the confirmation from the team on the ground that the Canadian runner Christian Meyer is about to cross the finish line. They will film him. Nope, that's a bit of a mistake here. He's not here yet.
คุณชยนนท์นะโอ้โหเรียงแถวหล่อกันเข้ามาเลย
But we eagerly waiting for him.
So
his finish is estimated 9 minutes, meaning that he would have lost a little bit of time in that section.
So Pyukon Yu has picked up his pace.
Yes,
there's supposed to be only 2 minutes difference between these two earlier. I mean,
that's right.
The predictor has predicted that they should be about 2 minutes apart.
So perhaps Pei Kwan Yu has been informed or has seen Christian Meyer in his rear mirror and has cranked up another gear to pull away and make sure he would secure his third place. So now let's wait until we see this ex-pro cyclist from Canada come and cross the finish line and take a very solid fourth place.
ตอนนี้อ่านชื่อไม่ทันนะฮะ
แต่เราเต็มใจอ่านนะคุณอาจี
ไม่ใช่ฮะเน็ตล่มฮะ
คุณเดี๋ยวนะผมช่วยอ่านนะมีคุณชัยนนท์นะคุณเกษมนะคุณชาวกิจครับคุณอภิสิทธิ์ครับคุณสมพงษ์นะโยชิอิโกฮากุระคุณอาฟีดีซาคุณพลพัฒน์นะพลพัฒน์นะคุณปฏิญญานาทองนะครับคุณนวชนกษนอนและคุณพันวิโรจน์นะครับจากประเทศไทยครับ
อีกหนึ่งหนุ่มฮ่องกงหนึ่งหนุ่มเวียดนามนะคุณอันเหยียนนะฮะพยายามอยู่ตอนนี้นะฮะมีนักวิ่งนะฮะลืมไม้โพไว้ที่medical center นะฮะมาติดต่อรับได้นะฮะนักวิ่งนะฮะลืมไม้โพ Black Diamond ไว้ที่ medical center นะฮะมาติดต่อรับได้นะฮะ
Congratulations to Miss Roraco นะครับ yes yeah congratulations finally you made it ครับ
So he should be a bit smaller.
โอ้โห
เรียกว่านี่
Not
ชัด
yet.
แถว
We
กัน
have
เข้า
not
มาเลย
seen
นะ
our third place.
คุณสิทธิโชค
Clips
นะฮะ
100 just yet.
คุณวิรัตน์นะฮะมิสเตอร์เจโด
Coming into on the road and into the finishing shoot
ศักดิ์นะฮะยินดี
with
ด้วย
Christian
กับ
Meyer.
ทุกท่านนะฮะดีด้วยนะกับ
Missed
ความ
Pyukon
สำเร็
Yu
จของทุก
completely.
คน
Hopefully they will not miss again.
มิสเตอร์เชงกุยคุณธัญลักษณ์นะคุณหลิวซง
ยินดีกับนักวิ่งทุกท่านด้วยนะครับตอนนี้มาอย่างต่อเนื่องเลยนะครับมิสลูชงนะครับ
So while we wait for Christian Meyer to cross the finish line and come and claim that fourth place in the 100K, let's have a look at how the women's are doing. Because I don't think there's much changes, but it is worth giving them a shout out, even though we won't have images quite yet. Yuri Yoshizumi from Japan has been leading from about 30-ish kilometers. She took the lead. Hannah Allgood was in the lead, presenting Dina Fee coming from the US, until Yuri Yoshizumi passed her through an aid station. We believe around that time she was only 2 minutes back, and then on a climb was past her, and then eventually pulled away, not to be seen again. And now there's 19 minutes between the two women, and we're expecting to see them in the finish line in just about an hour for the lead woman, for Yuri Yoshizumi. And then if the gap doesn't open up, Hannah Allgood will be crossing the finish line about 20 minutes after that, so in an hour and 20 minutes. For now, we have a quick commercial break, and we'll be with you again back for the last finishers of, the next finishers of that 100K.
โอเคผมพร้อมแล้วเริ่มได้เลยครับ
บัดเจ็ตโปรโมชั่นปีนี้ครับน่าจะปรับเพิ่มอีกหน่อยครับ
อยู่ที่ไหนก็ครอบคลุม AIS 5G
วันนี้พาวินนี่มาว่ายน้ำครับผม
ดูสระด้านหลังใหญ่ไหมกว้างแค่ไหนก็ครอบคลุม AIS 5G
สวัสดีค่ะแม่ได้ยินไหมลูกโอ้โหชัดแจ๋วเลยค่ะแม่นี่หนูกำลัง
ลึกแค่ไหนก็ครอบคลุม AIS 5G
เช้านี้หนาวมากอ่ะ
เฮ้ยที่ไหนอ่ะ
นี่ดู
มากเลยนั่นน่ะ
สูงแค่ไหนก็ครอบคลุม AIS 5G
โอ้โหบรรยากาศสนุกสนานมากครับเพื่อนๆครับ
มิสเตอร์คิอิชิโร่ยามาซากิ
Back at the finish line, and we're expecting to see Christian Meyer crossing the line at some point as the third finisher of the Cliffs 100.
คุณนิกรนะผมขออนุญาตไปสวมเสื้อกันหนาวหน่อยนะครับคุณนิกรครับ
The predictor saying there's 2 minutes before he's arriving.
ผมร้อนมาตลอดครึ่งวันเพื่อรอเวลานี้ เพื่อรอเวลาที่มันจะเย็นมิ้นรถข้างหลัง คุณพัทรพงศ์กุลสิทธายินดีด้วยนะครับ
See someone charging down the ramp away in the background.
นักวิ่งโอเวอร์ออลอันดับ 4 คลิปร้อยมาแล้วนะฮะโอเวอร์ออลอันดับ 4 คลิปร้อยโอเวอร์ออล fourth place for the clip 100 summit finisher
Christian Meyer.
Mr. Christian Meyer และคุณ
Recognize the error.
ปาโกด้า50 นะฮะ
And that's his wife.
All right, so we have Christian Meyer in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Let's call it. He has made it in 4th position.
Team Canada.
Yeah, you guys have been on fire early on for many runners, including Jenny, who came in and claimed the win in the 100-mile race. And Christian Meyer is finisher in 4th position. Quite the achievement there. And as you were saying, most likely talking with his crew, his wife, partner. such support is essential for those long races, to know who you're catching up with, to have your stuff ready, to get indications about where you are in the race, if there's anybody to chase in front or anybody catching up behind. And obviously somebody who understands why you're out there training for so long instead of being at home.
Looking after your business.
Making coffees for you.
ยินดีด้วยนะฮะกับฟินิชเชอร์ทุกท่านนะฮะ
It's an interesting choice of runner. Well, we just missed the 4th place finisher, Kristen Meyer from Canada.
คุณวัชรพรนะคุณไพ
Who
บูล
was
ย์
just on the side of the screen. And then next up will be Scotty Hawker from New Zealand in about 20 minutes. And also we can notice, you probably noticed before us, because we're not like fully functional anymore after so many hours of live, but Longfei Yan from China has actually withdrawn, which is pretty sad news to know, really. Same as Jean Tarabun. So hopefully they're okay. Which means that there's still a few spots to grab to qualify to the 2023 CCC, the corresponding 100K race in the UTMB World Series final. So again, we'll be around and you can tune in about 20 minutes to welcome Scotty Hawker take the 5th place, right behind Christian Meyer.
ยินดีด้วยนะฮะวัยรุ่นพาโกด้า50นะฮะคุณพงษ์พิทักษ์นะยินดีด้วยนะคุณพงษ์พิทักษ์นะฮะ
สวัสดีครับคุณนิกรครับ
ครับคุณเฉลิมฤทธิ์ยื่นปิยวาจา
ครับรับน้ำขิงร้อนๆสักแก้วไหมครับ
ขอสักโอ่งดีกว่าฮะถ้าใครมีจิตศรัทธาก็ชงน้ำขิงมาให้กินหน่อยนะฮะ
ทีมงานเดี๋ยวขอน้ำขิงร้อนๆให้เรา2 คนด้วยนะให้น้องมิ้นด้วยนะครับ
น้องมิ้นบอกขอครีมกันแดด
Congratulations to คุณโดมนะคุณโดมวีรศักดิ์ครับคุณพงษ์
ยินดีด้วยนะมิสเตอร์ทิงหวงแลมนะทิงหวงแลม
จากฮ่องกงนะครับ
จากฮ่องกงเอาวิ่งมาอย่าเดินคีบรันเอาแซงเลยเอ้าแซงกันเลย3 คนนี้เดี๋ยวมีแซงกันหน้าเส้น
โอ้โหกองเชียร์หนาแน่น
มาเลยมีแซงกันแล้วเอ้า
โอ้โหสุดยอดชอบบรรยากาศแบบนี้จริง
ๆยินดีด้วยนะฮะโอ้โหมากันเป็นขบวนเลยยินดีด้วยนะฮะยินดีด้วยเข้าไปไม่ได้นะฮะ
ยินดีด้วยนะครับกับคุณนัทนวิทย์สอนวง
สาวกระทิงเปียวเดี๋ยวขอไล่รายชื่อมาสักครู่มาเลยนะฮะคุณนัทพงศ์นะคุณโคราอังนะคุณนัทวิทย์คุณวิเวียน คุณเกรียงไกรยักษ์ปังชีนะคุณโฮควานลุกนะคุณเฉลิมขวัญคุณวัชรพรยินดีด้วยนะฮะ
เย้เย้เย้เย้โอ้โหมันจริงๆมันจริง
ที่ชอบบรรยากาศแบบนี้ไหมฮะ
ชอบครับ
โอเคงั้นฝากด้วยนะผมไปนอนก่อนโอ้โหแฟนคลับหนาแน่เลยนะฮะยินดีกับคุณสรายุทธนะฮะคุณพัชรานะฮะยินดีด้วยนะครับโอ้โหมานี่เรียกว่าแบบอินเตอร์เนชั่นแนลกันเลยนะฮะคุณเฮนรี่ชานะฮะคุณโดมิทิลนะฮะคุณคำนัทพักคุณเอเดรียนนะฮะยินดีด้วยนะ Congratulations to everybody ดีกับคุณณัฐพลนะฮะคุณเดซี่นะคุณสรกิจนะยินดีด้วยนะครับ
เย้เรามีการคัดออฟที่หน้าเส้นนะสำหรับพาโกด้า50ในเวลา 21 นาฬิกาถึง 3 ทุ่มนะครับพี่ตีครับ
ว่าไงนะฮะ
เรามีการคัดออฟที่หน้าเส้นกับระยะพาโกด้า50ในเวลา 3 ทุ่ม
โอ้โหอันนี้เรียกว่าเราบวกมา1ชั่วโมงนะ
ใช่ครับ
Congratulations ลุยยางยินดีด้วย Congratulations น้องหมิวลลิตาของพี่ Congratulations คุณมาวินคุณเทียนยูน้องหมายยินดีด้วยยินดีด้วยคุณเกษมคุณกิติยาคุณหมิวลลิตากิติยานะฮะโอ้โหชื่อยาวจริงๆยินดีด้วยนะคุณเชอรี่คุณพานุวัฒน์นะฮะ
ยินดีด้วยนะครับถึงเส้นชัยแล้วว้าว
คุณกิติพจน์
นะคะอะไรอ่ะผมประกาศก่อนนะ
เรื่องของคุณดิผมประกาศทีหลัง
มีเชอรี่โอวาสิตนะฮะยินดีด้วยนะครับคุณพานุวัฒน์นะครับ ปัญจบุรีนะคุณกิตยาอิมทัศนะนะครับ
คุณยินดีด้วยนะกับคุณภูเบศรคุณยุทธนานะคุณธีรสุดนะฮะว้าว
โอ้โหเหลือครับพลังงานเหลืออุ๊ยเก่งมาก
มิสยวนโชคองเกตูเลชันโอ้โหแซงกันตรงซุ้มนี่เลยอยู่ๆก็แซงแซงกันตรงนี้เลยนะคุณโนบุโอคิชินะคุณวรวิทย์คุณสกอตตี้
คุณวรวิทย์นะครับขอแสดงความยินดีนะครับ6627นะครับยินดีด้วยนะครับ
คุณสกอตตี้เป็นที่5โอเวอร์ออลของคลิป100นะมิสเตอร์สกอตตี้you got the free plate of overall meal คลิป100 congratulations
ยินดีด้วยนะครับ
ยินดีด้วยนะคุณจ๊ะจ๋านะคุณสุมาทัศน์
นะครับคุณสุเมทัศน์สุวโรโอ้โหคุณนาจีมิสเตอร์โนบุโอกิชิเกอิชิเนี่ยเป็นอันดับที่1นะฮะในรุ่นอายุ 65-69 ปีเลยทีเดียวระยะ50
นี่รุ่นเยาวชนเลยนะฮะ
รุ่นใหญ่ครับแข็งแรงมาก
รุ่นเยาวชนอายุ 65
ตอนนี้ครับคุณนาจีครับคุณนิกรฮะต้นสลีของเราก็เปิดไฟนะรอต้อนรับเพื่อนๆให้มาถ่ายภาพเรียบร้อยแล้วนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นเข้ามาถ่ายรูปได้เลยนะครับต้นจุดสตาร์ทนะครับเข้ามาถ่ายรูปได้เลยนะครับ
ครับ
แต่ขอความร่วมมือนะครับว่าให้เดินมาทางด้านหน้านะครับไม่เดินล้อผ่านกระบอกไม้ไผ่นะครับเดี๋ยวจะชำรุดนะครับ
อนนี้นะนักวิ่งระยะ 100 กิโลเมตรนะฮะชายนะฮะก็เข้ามาแล้วนะ5 คนนะฮะเข้ามาแล้วโอเวอร์ออล5 อันดับนะฮะ
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is us still in the house. Kind of missed exactly Scotty Hawker coming in. We were looking at him from the outside. Didn't have the time to run back to the cabin. And it's been a long day indeed, but thank you, Camilla, for your words. It's been really good to share these races with you all, and we still have some work going on because after Scotty has come, there's a few more 100K runners coming in, and more importantly, the top 2 female finisher in this 100K race, Yuri from Japan. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen, coming all the way from New Zealand and scoring a fantastic 5th place, Scotty Hawker, representing Team Vibram, and Gigi was here from the same team to congratulate his buddy and team partner, having a good chat. Now, he looks pretty good. Gigi, let's remind you, if you weren't with us, has closed his 100-mile race in 3rd place after leading for a while and being eventually passed by 2 Chinese runners. And actually, right behind Scotty should be Yuri Yoshizumi, first place finish. Oh, not first place. Currently first place in the women's race. Sorry, I'm really getting tired now. And we're expecting her to be crossing the finish line in about 50 minutes. So there's still a wee while before we can catch a glimpse of the smile of Yuri Yoshizumi crossing the finish line. But we will be there. It might be dark by then, but we have all these lights from this beautiful bamboo structure that would lit up her finish as she comes in. And then there should be actually another few runners before Hannah Oldgood from the USA come and claim her 2nd place. We will also be there, and she will most likely be about an hour, like she was so far, 20 minutes or 19 precisely behind Yuri Yoshizumi, and then she's about to get into the last aid station, A14. Yoshizumi left that aid station, or got to that aid station more precisely, at 5:53, and it is currently 5:58, so probably another 15 minutes if the gap is still the same, but she's estimated in 6 minutes, so we'll see if she has gained some time on Yuri Yoshizumi, and potentially a huge and strong comeback from Hannah Oldgood. We never know. I mean, we've seen that earlier, because we were expecting Pekyan Yu from China to come in 2nd place, but Richard Lockwood had actually managed to sneak in and pass him and end up in 2nd place.
What's เย้ทางตรงสุดท้ายแล้วยินดีกับนักวิ่งทุกท่านเลยนะครับขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยค่อยๆไปนะครับถือไม้โพระวังนะถือไม้โพระวังนะครับคุณอภิวัตรบุญโพนะครับ5178ขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยคุณมิ่งไวนะครับคุณยูคอนมิสเตอร์ยูคอนมันคุณธนพัฒน์นะคุณขัดจะฟิงคอนเกตเรชั่นโอ้โหนี่เต็มที่มากครับเต็มที่กับชีวิตมากครับอาซูโกอันโดคอนเกตเรชั่น มาเลยครับตรงมาเลยตรงเข้ามาสู่เส้นชัยสุดท้ายนะครับตรงมาเลยมองกล้องหล่อๆได้เลยครับเพื่อนๆครับยินดีกับคุณชัยวัฒน์ชินจักรนะครับมิสเตอร์เวนลี่เย้เย้เย้เย้Congratulations to Sinopunian คุณชลกรกอประภากิจนะครับขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยโอ้โหแรงยังเหลือแรงยังเหลือไปกันต่อครับยินดีกับคุณณัฐวรรณขำมินบาดเจ็บครับบาดเจ็บเข้าสู่เส้นชัยนะครับบาดเจ็บเข้าสู่เส้นชัย keep going from Korea คุณแจ็คกี้นะคุณยุทธพงศ์คุณลงขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะครับเฮเลนเคลลี่คุณกมลชัยนะครับรัตนเดชกุลนะครับคุณชุมพลอุดมการและมิสเตอร์ดงกุ๊กจังหยุดอย่าทางตรงสุดท้ายแล้วมาเลยยินดีด้วยนะครับสุดยอดเลยคุณพัฒพงศ์กับว่างนะครับยินดีด้วยนะครับCongratulations โอ้โหมากันอย่างต่อเนื่องสนุกมากนะครับขอแสดงความยินดีกับนักวิ่งทุกท่านด้วยนะครับเพื่อนๆครับ
Let's go back to our finish line
ยินดีด้วยนะครับกับนักวิ่งทุกท่านด้วยนะครับขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะครับกัปตันตูนเข้าเส้นชัยแล้วครับกัปตันตูนเข้ามาแล้วปรบมือต้อนรับกัปตันตูนด้วยนะครับ โอ้โหเวลาดีมากวันนี้ครับสวัสดีครับยินดีด้วยนะครับ
น้องตัวเดือวิทยาเย้สวัสดีครับ โอ้โห สุดยอดมากน้องชาย
ดีด้วยนะครับ
อาจีครับคุณนิกรครับ
ตอนนี้ที่เห็นอยู่ตรงนี้นะฮะกับตันตุนนะจากอาดิดานะทีมเออาร์รันนิ่งนะดีด้วยนะครับ Congratulations คุณสันติยินดีด้วยนะคุณจตุพัฒน์นะคุณกิตติยามิสเตอร์ส้มแซมมิสเตอร์วิลฟรีด Congratulations
ค
มาอีกหนึ่งคนนะขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะครับของเจตุเรชันซุยฟางหัวง
ดทางให้หน่อยนะครับเปิดทางให้ด้วยนะครับเพื่อนๆครับ160นะครับโอ้โหยินดีด้วยนะครับนี่คืออีกหนึ่งนักวิ่งไทยของเรานะครับมาครับไปกันต่อครับยังเชียร์กันต่ออย่างต่อเนื่องอย่าเพิ่งหยุดครับอย่าเพิ่งหยุดครับขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะครับเพื่อนๆครับ
Congratulations to all the finishers of the Summit 160 Clips 100 and Pagoda 50. Congratulations! 5198. Margot Martijas.
ขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะครับลีหยาง from China
Yeah, well done, Liang. Yeah, Margot from Serbia. Congratulations. Congratulations to all the runners. Well done. All of them from Vietnam. Congratulations. Khoi Lam, Lai Thong, Thai Chien Chen from Vietnam. And Norarit Varapat, Natawut Amnat from Thailand. Siripon from Thailand. And Chalapong Pumali from Thailand. Lo Hing Tu from China, Hong Kong. Hong Kong, Hong Kong. Congratulations, Nasuka Nakayama from Japan. Japan! She did awesome! She finished! Well done! Congratulations, Kwai Leung from China, Pansak from Thailand. And here we coming more, Kom Thai, Thanikan, Thailand. Here we coming more. Two of them running together. Winning on Mon Chong Lo from Singapore. And of course, here we come. 5229. Kristakar Longvilai, Thailand. Don't forget we can start the Terrace 20 and Tribe 10 tomorrow เราจะเริ่มแข่งกันพรุ่งนี้สำหรับ Terrace 20 และ Tribe 10 นะคะในช่วงเช้าพรุ่งนี้เลยค่ะและอย่าลืมนะคะท่านสามารถเข้าไปใน YouTube ได้นะคะมีการถ่ายทอดสดทั่วโลกนะคะของ UTMB World Series ทั้ง 5 ภาษาไม่ว่าจะเป็นภาษาไทยภาษาจีนภาษาญี่ปุ่นภาษาฝรั่งเศสและภาษาอังกฤษนะคะพิมพ์แค่ UTMB Live คุณสามารถเลือกภาษาได้เลยนะคะเป็นการถ่ายทอดสดทั่วโลกเลยนะคะตั้งแต่เมื่อวันศุกร์พฤหัสจนถึงวันอาทิตย์เลยค่ะ Hey congratulations well done Sutomu Hiroyoshi from Japan Virat Sokten from Thailand Awesome พรพันธ์คงพันวิจิตรเมธีกฤษดา from Thailand วิรัต from Thailand well done well done guys พงศรเนนวิสุทธิ์ from Thailand you can watch live broadcast in YouTube channel just type UTMB live you can choose Japanese, Chinese, French, English, or Thai on the YouTube channel UTMB Live. Come on, come on, come on. It's your time. Alexander Daniel from Great Britain. Jean-Marc Mazer from France. Congratulations, gentlemen. Here are coming more for our runners. Come on, come on, come on. Finish line is already here for the Inthanon Thailand UTMB Asia Pacific Major World Series. Congratulations กนกพรยาน้อย Thailand Here he comes, Jacques Penigra from France, Thanakorn Sibunbadan from Thailand. Lightning sound, yeah. One more lady is coming on. Anima from Thailand. In ตรงกลางเลยค่ะตรงกลางขึ้นไปอีกค่ะขึ้นไปอีกตรงกลางเลยนั่นแหละอ้าวรีบเลยข้างหลังมาแล้ว Here we come one pen คนทองดี from Thailand And here we come, one more of the runners. Congratulations. Pitaya Sirisawetashot from Thailand. มีรอกันด้วย Congratulations, Nhung Nguyen Duc Nguyen from Vietnam. ตอนนี้ผ่านไปแล้วเนี่ย Summit 160 นะคะใช้ตอนนี้เวลาผ่านไป32ชั่วโมง29นาทีคลิป100ผ่านไป13ชั่วโมง29นาทีและพาโกด้า50ผ่านไปแล้ว12ชั่วโมง30นาที22วินาทีค่ะ Congratulations! Congratulations, well done!
Check. มาแล้ว
Coach
ครับคุณ
from
จักริด
Thailand
จาก
จักริด from
RFJ
Thailand All right, as we know, around 10 minutes, the first woman of Clips 100 will arrive at the finish line. อีกประมาณ10นาทีนะคลิป100หญิงคนแรกจะเข้ามาแล้วนะคะ And she is Japanese. Miss Kathleen Politi, I wish I remember UTMB was right with me. She told me the information. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. อีกประมาณ10นาทีนะคะเราจะได้เห็นหญิงคนแรกของคลิป100นะคะเข้าเส้นเป็นสาวญี่ปุ่นด้วยนะคะ We're gonna have our winner Japanese first female champion of Clips 100 here in Inthanon, Thailand by UTMB Here we come. Congratulations, Kenneth Wong from Canada.ตอนนี้นะภัยรัตน์ดอกไม้ทอง from Thailand ตอนนี้นะป้าแคทหรือแคทเธอรีนโพลิตีเนี่ยเจ้าของ UTMB World มายืนต้อนรับด้วยนะคะ Congratulations, Sung Hoon Kim from South Korea just in. Congratulations, another runner is coming. Our female runners. 6605. Tanji from Malaysia. And Saishon Seandi, Thailand. It's coming more. It's sometimes slow. And congratulations to Hubert Chaisi from Thailand and Sanhanat Panya Prasert from Thailand.เห็นบอกนะแชมป์คลิป100หญิงญี่ปุ่นเนี่ยตัวเท่านิ้วก้อยค่ะแต่วิ่งเร็วมากเดี๋ยวมาเห็นกันนะตัวเล็กจริงๆ Congratulations to our finisher I think it's Pagoda 50 isn't it 5-2 5-3 Congratulations Huwanai Bunwan from Thailand
Allez, let's go. C'est bien la première femme, je l'ai.
8 นาทีนะคะผู้นำหญิงคลิป100ยูริสาวตัวเท่านิ้วก้อยกำลังจะเข้าแล้วนะคะIn 8 minutes, our leader champion of female clips 100 will be right over here at finish line.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I was just putting a comment on the live chat because we have Kari Niwa in the beam, essentially in the beam of our camera runners or mountain bikers, because now it is pitch black out here in the Inthanon National Park. Kari Niwa has been leading for quite a while, the 100K, and she's about to cross the finish line. I'd say she's about 10 minutes away now from the finish line, from being sacred the winner, the 2022 winner of this 100K, and therefore claim her direct entry into CCC next year. Kari Niwa has been running consistently in first position. I'd say after about 30 kilometers, she took the lead and was never to be worried again. She's definitely Mrs. Consistent. As you can see, the stride is still going, just like the Duracell rabbit. She just never stops, and she was 19 minutes behind, but she has actually closed that gap to slightly less. Let me get the time right. Hannah Allgood in
Sotisa Anthony Manchupa from Thailand.
Yeah, she was 15 minutes, so she had cut up another 4 minutes back on that last section to A14, the last aid station, and now she's planned to arrive 14 minutes behind Yuri, so she would technically make another minute. Hannah Allgood, who also had indeed had a breakout race at Gorge 100 last year, and has had a stellar year and will come in second place, 7th overall in this 100K. Hannah Allgood coming from the US. Well, we have here on the images Kari Niwa in the last kilometers trying to give everything she has. We remember that is a climb, one of the last mean climb that the runners have to go through before dropping down on the other side and eventually getting to that road. Once you hit the road, then it's an easy stroll onto the finish line, slightly uphill, but you can smell the barn at that point, and that whole road is lit up, so it makes things a little bit more easy.
Yeah, Sataru Keya from Japan and Nantucket from Thailand. Yeah.
So do we have anyone here back in the live with me to welcome Kari Niwa from Japan to take the first place in this 100K in the women's category? And actually, yeah, she's pretty high up in the rankings, I believe. 6th place. Yeah, that's right. They're gonna take 6th and 7th overall. So both breaking the top 10 in that 100K. Really strong performance, knowing that in the top 10, like all of the runners in the top 10 essentially punch their ticket to the 2023 CCC. So it's actually a good question. Are they going to take away 2 tickets from the men? That's a question I don't have an answer for, and I don't think Corinne has an answer either. She's still wondering. So we can ask her later. She might have the answer, but so far she's still wondering, scratching her chin, and remaining silent. God, I'm losing it completely, but we had still to be there. We could not tune out without miss the front runners in this 100K. Kari Niwa. Oh no, sorry, not Kari Niwa. This is really getting tiring. Kari Niwa was 3rd in the 100-mile. This is Yuri Yoshitsumi from Japan, also from Japan. That's why I'm getting confused. And actually, both these runners are always running with a smile on. You will see, as much as Yuri Yoshitsumi will most likely be very tired coming in, she will come with a smile on.
Well done.
We mentioned that earlier in the live. Not really sure if you were there and if you heard that, but that was her breakthrough in the international trail running scene. She was a very strong ski runner and actually specialist in vertical kilometers that she was extremely strong at, very often on the podiums, and then running on technical as well. And now she's started to take on longer distances, and very successfully so, because she will cross now in most likely less than 5 minutes. We'll see when she's like, oh, yeah, that's the painful downhill on the pavement, straight down, and you can see the lights in the distance, see the lights of that finishing line where she started this morning 13 hours and 42 minutes ago. She started in the dark, she will finish in the dark, but in between, what a journey through the Inthanon National Park. Yes, Donny 6810 is in the house. Go, 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 Japan, indeed. So Kariniwa took third place in the 100 miles a few minutes ago, maybe already an hour ago. I've lost track of time. And here in the 100K, it's still in the women's category. Ladies and gentlemen, Yuri Yoshizumi is about to take the win. There we go. We see the main road in the distance where the cars are driving. Luckily, she is with our camera mountain biker, so he will make sure that she doesn't get run over. That would be a shame. So close to the finish line. Then there she is, hard left and onto that road for about 200 meters. Looks like she's limping a little bit, but still moving. Yuri Yoshizumi. Sponsored by Mount Fuji Springs Inc. Not sure what that is. Maybe a water brand. That would seem appropriate. And yeah, she's actually moved a little faster for that last section because she was anticipated to cross the finish line in the next 5 minutes. But now it's only a couple of minutes at most until she crosses the finish line and claim that victory in the Cliffs 100. A part of the done Inthanon, Thailand by UTMB event, the Asia Pacific major, and therefore punch her ticket for next year's CCC. There she is, ladies and gentlemen, Yuri Yoshizumi. And then she has been in the lead in the first 30 kilometers or so until Yuri passed her. Anna Allgood from the US is still running strong in second position, and we expect her to cross the finish line in 18 minutes, so only 14 minutes back. But if she's moved as fast as Yuri, she will actually cross the finish line slightly before that. In any case, we'll be here to welcome Anna Allgood as well, representing Dinafit. And in the meantime, Yuri is still making good ground here. There we go. This is the last bridge. And then there we go, we branch into the... Oh, there she is, pushing hard. She's gonna have to take the turn. She'll be guided through. Yeah, it looks like her right leg is suffering a little bit. But it doesn't matter at this point, regardless of the pain. She will shoot through that finish line. There she is, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody has come to welcome her, the winner of the Cliffs 100 in 13 hours, 45 minutes, and 31 seconds. Yuri Yoshizumi. And I was telling you she would come in with a smile, and there it is. And she's being greeted by Catherine Poletti, co-founder of the UTMB Mont Blanc, and being awarded with the finisher jacket and the medal, as well as the number that she is going to be handed out very soon. It's going to be number 1, just to give a little bit of a context. Those are there are 10 numbers total, and those are for each people who kind of gained a spot into next year's UTMB event. So here we go. That's the medal, and that's the kind of ticket that she can go and claim later. And look at her. It doesn't even look like she's run. She's super happy, super stoked. Doesn't even look tired. Awesome. This is so great to watch. Yuri Yoshizumi, officially winner of the Cliffs 100 2022 edition. So we'll see. Maybe we'll get maybe we'll get an interview with Sophia.
ทีมงานคะขอไมโครโฟนค่ะเด็ก
คะ
ข
ออีกได้ไหมขออีกได้ไหมได้
อ๋อไมโครโฟนฐานพิเศษของไมโครโฟนสำคัญมากเส้นค่ะ เราถ่ายทอดสดกลับไปช่องญี่ปุ่นนะคะ ไม่อยากยืนด้วยเลยเหมือนยักษ์เนี่ย
ได้ไหม
So here is
Let's hear it.
Yuri, our woman of the trip 100. Congratulations, Yuri!
Very much.
Which part is the hardest one? Which part?
Last climb.
Last climb.
Yeah. Very steep and very hard.
So, how do you feel? Because it's your first time, right, to run indoor Inthanon. It's your first time to running here.
Yeah, first time.
Yeah.
And 100 kilometers, my first time race.
อ๋อวิ่ง100 กิโลเป็นครั้งแรกด้วยนะคะ Her first time 100k and she's the winner. Wow. Wow. ครั้งแรกเป็นแชมป์เลยนะคะ But you know you was a speed trail running, right? You're a speed trail runner, but this time is long distance runner. How do you feel different between speed runners and the long trail runner? Different between the speed trail that you racing fast, but this is long trail. What is different?
I like a better kilometer, but I want to run long race.
Challenge yourself.
Yeah. I challenged today.
Challenging herself เขาบอกว่าเป็นความท้าทายเพราะว่าเขาเป็นเขาเป็นนักกีฬาทีมชาติญี่ปุ่นนะคะที่วิ่งเป็นเขาเรียก trail speed นะคะ trail speed คือระยะประมาณ8โล10โลแต่วันนี้เขาบอกเขามา challenge ตัวเองนะคะที่วิ่ง100โล And how do you feel all the atmosphere, the view up on the mountain here in Inthanon?
Yeah. On top is very beautiful
Yeah.
view.
Take any photos? No photo at all? No selfie? Any selfie? So
my cell phone is back.
And do you know that you ultimately go to UTMB Chamonix in France to celebrating 20 years anniversary with us in Chamonix next year?
Yes.
Yeah.
I ran OCC this year, but I want to run CCC, so I ran today 100
for the clips.
kilometers.
So you're already going for sure with us, celebrating 20 years anniversary in Chamonix, France. Are you happy?
Yeah, very happy. Thank you very much.
Thank you to her. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
And I want to say, you say anything in Japan to all your fans and family in Japan. Please speak Japanese to them. That's the camera.
日本の皆さん、いつももう本当にお世話になっている人、スポンサー様、もうみんなのおかげで今日は勝てたと思っています。応援ありがとうございました。多分たくさんの人が見てくれてたと思います。本当にありがとうございました。
And would you like to say anything to your family that in Japan you can say to them they're watching you right now in Japan with your family?
Yeah. お父さんお母さん頑張りました。帰っていい報告ができるのが嬉しいです。
Did you tell them that you're gonna go to Chamonix next year?
Yes.
You tell them already? Yeah. You tell your family and fans that you go to Chamonix, France next year. Tell them. Yeah, tell them on the camera that you are going to Chamonix next year.
I will.
In Japanese. Yeah.
来年シャモニーで CCC に出ます。
Yeah! We are going to France together in Chamonix, celebrating 20 years anniversary of UTMB group together. Yeah? Would you like to thank you any organizer in Thailand or UTMB world?
Yeah,
please.
Very, thank you very much. So Inthanon, this race and the staff and the volunteers and the cheering. Everyone, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you to you and congratulations once again. Here, Yuri from Japan, our woman of the match of clip 100. Woo! Big hug to her. Well done. Thank you, Mrs. Catherine Portier as well, our chairwoman and the co-founder of UTMB Group. Well done. Thank you. Can you say ขอบคุณค่ะ
ขอบคุณค่ะ
ขอบคุณค่ะ Yeah. Thank you, and you can have a rest now, okay? Yeah, that's what we say. Woman power.
All right, team. That was quite an interesting interview here. But Karaniwa always smiling no matter what. That was quite a good performance. I'm gonna try to speak over that as much noise as it makes.
Well done,
because
guys.
we have the second place finisher, soon to be finisher, Hannah Allgood, coming from the US. She's estimated in 9 minutes at the finish line, but I believe that will be a little bit faster than that. And there she is, right on our camera with
of course,
our camera runner or mountain biker. Not sure who's committed to following that second female. And there she is on the last path. She will get to the road crossing, I believe, very shortly.
Antonio Del Pino from Spain. Jessica from Thailand.
Crossing the bridge, yes. She can probably hear the finish line by now.
From Thailand, Supit from Thailand.
And she's still moving extremely strong, extremely well.
Is
there anybody randomly from the US
well done, Antonio.
that might be still following the race
from
and what Hannah Allgood is about to achieve? Coming in second. Take a left, and look out for the cars. There we go.
And it jumps out from Thailand. Visit from Thailand.
It's Allgood, pun intended. She is now in the final stretch. She's going to have to cross the road as soon as those cars go away. It's a bit more traffic right now, but
and Kensuke
she's been taken care of. She's been looked after by our mountain biker. He's going to escort her into the finish line, safe and sound. She's weaving through the traffic and the pedestrians. She's moving really well, as I was telling you. She was expected to be joining the finish line in 8 minutes. So while Yuri Yoshizumi was 4 minutes ahead of the predicted time, he will be almost 8 minutes ahead of the predicted time. Hannah Allgood. What a comeback, what a finish. I don't know if she was aware that there was absolutely no one to threaten that second place behind her, because she has a solid 20 minutes lead on third place. Ying Yang Tong from Salomon, China. Hannah Allgood, representing Didafi, coming from the US, is now a minute away from crossing the finish line. There she is on our main cameras. Just turn off the headlamp, and there she is. We can see the smile. Ladies and gentlemen, from Hannah Allgood, about to come into that finish line and claim the second spot in that Cliffs 100.
From Thailand.
And again, in the process, punching her ticket to the 2023 CCC at the end of August. Final steps into the light. That's going to be blinding a little bit. But what a race, what a day. 13 hours, 56 minutes, 32 seconds. Hannah Allgood takes second place here.
August from USDG เหรียญละคะเหรียญเสื้อแจ็คเก็ตด่วนเลยค่ะเอามาเหรียญมาไก่ยืนรอตายนะ
It looks like painful legs. But what a race, what a fantastic performance, and look at her bright smile.
Hannah Olszewski from the United States, our second woman of Clips 100.
Being awarded her medal and the number 2 automatic entry into next year's CCC. With a bright smile, and there she goes with the finisher jacket of this Clip 100 green category.
ทีมงานขอไมค์สัมภาษณ์อันดับ 2 ค่ะ ตอนนี้จะไปอยู่นะคะกับฮาน่านะคะอันดับ 2 หญิงคลิปร้อยนะคะกับคุณแคทเธอรีนพลตีนะคะเจ้าของไลเซนส์ของ UTMB ด้วยนะคะ Alright, I'm here with our second female champion of Clips 100, Hannah Olszewski from the State of America. Alright, yeah. Hannah, is this your first time in Inthanon, Thailand by UTMB?
It is.
It is?
Yes.
And this how many times you have run 100K?
This is my 4th.
Just 4th time อันดับเป็นครั้งที่ 4 ในการวิ่ง 100 กิโลเท่านั้นนะคะ How do you feel, you know, Inthanon Thailand by UTMB? You've never been here before, and it's your first time in Inthanon, Chiang Mai. How do you feel all the terrain and the courses here?
That was the hardest thing I've ever done. I also had, oh my gosh, the humidity is something. I had like 60 salt taps because I was so sweaty and just. But it was so fun. It was beautiful, and hopefully more people actually come.
She's here. Yeah. So she also said very hard.
Yeah. She just like skipped right past me, and I was like, well, not gonna catch her.
She's really fast, right? Yeah. So what is, you know, I already asked Yuri, what is the toughest part or most difficult part on this course for you?
I think it's just the relentless climbing. Like you think you're done, and then there's another one, and then there's another one, and then before Yuri passed me, like I was going down that ridge, and I literally was like, and like fell over. And I fell once on my butt. It was great, but it was really fun, and it's just like I said, relentless. You're just up, and you think you're done, and then you just keep going up, and so it was so.
This is the hardest race for you for 100K?
That I've done, yeah.
The most hardest one, really?
I think it's harder. I just did CCC, and I would say this was harder.
Oh, she said this is harder.
Mainly because it's just straight up the mountain.
Right.
Instead of like switchbacks and things like that. But different elements, I think the humidity for me is one that, I mean, CCC crushed me, so we can still say that, but humidity was really a game changer for me today.
So, which means this course is really challenging.
Yeah.
So, which part of the course that you like the most is your favorite part?
Probably at the beginning when we get up that really, really steep, just beginning, and then you're on a really beautiful ridge. Like, that was incredible. And then Tiger Head. So,
Tiger Head Hill.
Yeah, I was literally crawling on my hands, so.
Well done. You know, and you know that you already got the slot go to UTMB, Chamonix, France, to celebrating 20 years anniversary with us next year on August 28th to September the 3rd. How do you feel with that?
I mean, I came all the way from America to do that, so I did it, and I'm super excited about that.
Super excited. We're gonna see you there, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And will you come back for Inthanon Thailand UTMB again next year?
If I can walk tomorrow, maybe, but I don't think I'll be walking anytime soon.
But well, you're gonna walking next year here to Thailand by UTMB, right?
Yeah. Well, hopefully, you said hopefully walking in a year. That would be good.
Walking a year.
Yeah.
So, you know, last but not least, before I let you rest, would you like to say anything to the organizer, Thailand by UTMB and UTMB World?
Yeah, I would say the biggest thing. It was so fun, great competition, super well marked. Everybody was awesome at the aid station, super helpful, pointing the directions to go, and you really have it all dialed in. So,
As you know that we broadcast around the world, including like in English, of course, is the signal go to the America. Would you like to say any of your family and friends and all your fans that watching you days and night, the time is different? Say it to them on the camera.
Yeah, hello to everyone in the States and across the globe, I guess. My friends are all over the place, so yes, thanks for watching. I know. Hi, guys. Love you all.
Would you just tell them that you're going to go to Chamonix to celebrate for that 20 years next year?
We're going, baby.
Here we go. Hannah Risky from United States of America. Congratulations once again. You may rest. Yeah. One photo. One photo. You need one now. Congratulations.
And there we go, ladies and gentlemen, our top two finisher in the Cliffs 100. They both run under 14 hours. Ladies and gentlemen, this was quite the show for the past 2 days. It's been intense. Over 24 hours of live coverage over 2 days. Thank you so much for tuning in. We had the 100 miles, the 100K, the 50K today. These are Yuri Yoshisumi and Hannah.
From Thailand.
Hannah, all good, sorry. This is the end. And I just wanted to say thank you again. This is a wrap for this year's edition of the Inthanon Thailand by UTMB. We'll see you next year. Look after yourselves and happy trails.
Kathleen, the chairman and the co-founder of UTMB Group. ขอบคุณนะคุณแคทเธอรีน พลตีนะคะ chairman แล้วก็ co-founder เจ้าของเล่น UTMB World ด้วยนะคะ Natapapatino from Thailand and Izuko Kagami from Japan. Congratulations to more gentlemen. ขอแสดงยินดีกับนักกีฬาที่เข้าเส้นไปด้วยนะคะ Congratulations all the finishers that's passing to the finish line. Well done 6350 and 5311.
จ้าเจอกัน
Here go, 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 go! Congratulations, well done! Well done, Richie. Nerabos from Philippines. Congratulations! Well done. Anuwat Tawicit from Thailand. Follow Anandachai Phung Pradit from Thailand. And another one's coming, Shayanin. No. คุณชยานินทำไมตีตลอดอยู่แถวนี้หรือเปล่าคะ มี headlamp ตกนะคะ somebody drop the headlamp please collect it at the finish line Congratulations, well done. 6613 from Malaysia. Otsani Lemprayun from Thailand. Congratulations, well done. Wylan Wong from Malaysia. And Katri Tanpitak from Thailand. Congratulations, Napasam Putipon from Thailand. นางสาวอยู่กระทิงเปรี่ยวแล้วเดี๋ยวนี้สาวอยู่กระทิงเปรี่ยวแล้วเหรอ อุ๊ยทำไมอ่ะเขามาสิมาภาพคู่สวยๆเร็วยังไม่มีใครมาวิ่งเข้าใจไหมว่า Women Power จะหยิ่งนิดนึงเร็วแฟนเขาอุตส่าห์โอเคแล้วจะไปไหนให้เขาไปไหนเนี่ยเหนื่อยจะแย่แล้วพอเถอะ one two three เย่คือรักนักเทรล Woman Power เราต้องดุเข้าไว้ลูกเราต้องดุเข้าไว้เราต้องดุเข้าไว้เราต้องดุเข้าไว้ Congratulations well done โอ้โหมา3ท่านเลยนะคะกสิกรประภัสสุมาลพันธ์ from Thailand สุมาลพันธ์สัญญาทิตเนี่ยสุดยอดนี่แหละนักเทรลตัวจริงนะคะจะต้องมาหันไปขอบคุณเส้นชัยนะคะและตามมานะคะ Congratulations B. Kishe from Singapore. Yeah มาปิดไฟหน้านะคะปิด turn off the headlamp ภาพจะได้สวยนะคะมานาพรบุญชู from Thailand you are the finisher ทุกคนบอกเลยนะคะได้ double stone กันแล้วนะคะยินดีด้วยเราอยู่ที่นี่นะคะโดยถนน Thailand by UTMB Asia Pacific Major World Series here we come from Malaysia congratulations Fali Hanim Abramid from Malaysiaดวงใจจันพิรักษ์ from Thailand Akemi Anjo from Japan นัทเกษมสาร from Thailand หันจกรบอกชูชัยพัฒน์ from Thailand Congratulations โอ้โหกางเกง North Face น่าสวยมากสาโรจยินดีด้วยนะคะ Yeah, congratulations, well done! 6608. One more coming in. Congratulations. 6053. Ying Huiyu from Singapore. Continued by Surapon Siripongsakan, Thailand. ยินดีด้วยค่ะ Congratulations to one of the runners here. Well done. ถ่ายใหม่เราจะให้วิ่งอีก30 โลค่ะ แกล้งน้อยแล้ว Congratulations, Jimbo Shang. Yeah. From China. Well done. And Keen Mengi from Malaysia. Congratulations. รุ่งนภาสว่างปัญญกุล Thailand. Duang Kamon Supasarin Khan from Thailand. ต้องขออภัยถ้าบางท่านไม่ได้อ่านชื่อนะขออภัยด้วยนะคะพอดีระบบนิดหนึ่งนะคะ ค Congratulations 5241 from Thailand Shiwin Kongthanaตอนนี้นะคะซัมมิต160ไปแล้ว33ชั่วโมง31นาทีนะคะเราจะมาดูกันว่าในเวลา48ชั่วโมงจะมีกลับเข้ามากันเท่าไหร่นะคะ Congratulations อำนาจเยี่ยมไพศาล from Thailandอันนี้อะไรโอเค UTMB emotion kiss 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 yeah ถ่ายไม่ทันด้วย kiss 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 ไม่เอา kiss ตรงอื่นได้ไหมอ่ะหันหน้าเข้าหากันได้ไหมอ่ะอายทำไมลูกถ้าไม่ kiss ก็ไม่ได้ลูกไงเกี่ยวไหมวะ
ใหม่เทค2 5 4 3 2แล้วขึ้นชอชิง
Yeah, congratulations ศิลวัฒน์ สาธร Thailand โอ้โหแฟนคลับเยอะมากสุดยอดCongratulations เพิ่งหนึ่ง from Singapore สิทธินันท์ หานจันสิทธิ์ from Thailand ชยานินคุณชยานินนี้หมายหลายรอบเดินแถวนี้หรือเปล่าคะ นี่นะน้องฟางของเรานะสุดยอดมากๆนะคะเยี่ยมมาก And a Song Lee from China and Brian Artius from Russia and Congratulations นฤพร มณีพงษ์ Thailand มงก็มามงลงนะจ๊ะจับก้าของเราใกล้มาแล้วเนี่ยรัชกาลศรีสุตรักษ์ from Thailand เกษมมันศรี from Thailand William from Singapore วุ้ยWell done, well done. Congratulations to all the finishers. Congratulations, well done. 6285 from Thailand. And Bong Thong Chok Chai from Thailand. Yeah. 5-2 ธนากร ท่าจันทร์ ชัชยา กลานสวรรค์ from Thailand มาแล้วจบกันนะขวัญใจคนไทยของเรามาแล้วทีมโฮกาจับกาจับกา here we come จับกาเยี่ยมมากจับกามาแล้วเยี่ยมจับกา Thailand ทีมโฮกาCongratulations to all of you from Singapore. Well done. You're from Thailand. Congratulations from Switzerland. Well done. Congratulations from South Korea Han Soi Hong well done ธนรัตน์ from Thailand5557 Yuttapong Agnaton Strumsak from Thailand Manosha and congratulations Yi Krang Lam from Singaporeใครขายาวบอกมาด้วยขายาวคือใครขายาวอ่ะ Jian Chengxu from China Dolanat from Thailand Jing Yonggao from China Natapong from Thailand Cheyenne from Thailand La Chiyung from Singapore Natapong from Thailand Well done Rapipong from Thailand Thiradet from Thailand and of course Mukta from Thailand well done Congratulations, well done. Ekatai Sanchat from Thailand. Ekarin from Thailand. Yes. Suvit from Thailand. Nantarat from Thailand. Ganok Ratai from Thailand. Warasak from Thailand. Charan Hedwood from Thailand. Congratulations, everyone. Well done. Was it oh, Warasak, well done.
ยืนตรงกลางเวทีนะยืนใต้นาฬิกา
Congratulations
这两个人走了。快一点，快一点，快一点，快一点，快一点。先站好，先站好，先站你，先站你。
Congratulations. See her come พิเชษฐ์ภูวดลสุริพงศ์นิธิโรจน์สุทธลวง from Thailand and Neil Peng from Singaporeนัทวัฒนาสกลวินัย from Thailand and Charlene Chung from China
ยืนตรงกลางยืนตรงกลาง
Joseph from Hong Kong
ได้ยืนเลยยืนตรงนั้นพอแล้วรีบยืน
Okay guys ธีรวัฒน์พีระคมพล Chairman from Thailand Ross Mekawati from Indonesia congratulations Hitide from Thailandสุรศักดิ์ขวัญชนา Nazi from Thailand Chutima Kanin from Thailand ไกรวัฒน์บุญนิธิพันธ์ from Thailand 5823 Nasik Kumyok from Thailand Chutima Kanin from Thailand ไกรวัฒน์บุญนิธิพันธ์ from Thailand นัตศักดิ์ชัยชนะ Thailandปิดไฟเฮดแลมป์ก่อนนะคะ Turn out the headlamp first and nice photos นภศรปุญญะไพศาลเจริญ from Thailand Yuki Yozawa Kochi Nani from Japan สุรินทราชื่นเพ็ญสมบูรณ์ เจนทกร from Thailand and the Hoka Thailand owner is coming on the way Pusasha from Thailand Graham Walters from Thailand Yeah, congratulations all the finishers ปิดเทปแลมด้วยค่ะปิดเทปแลมภาพจะได้สวยนะคะ Turn off your headlamp Turn off your headlamp ปิดเทปแลมด้วยค่ะ
ไปกี้มาชูมือหน่อย
Yes Sagayi team 5184 congratulations from Thailand แจ๋วน้องแจ๋วแจ๋วมากทุกคนสุดยอดจิ๋วตัวจิ๋วเดียวนะแต่แจ๋วมากพวกนี้สุดยอดจริง Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, from Japan. Well done, well done. This man from Thailand, well done. สุดยอด Here he come, here he come. Come on, come on, come on. Congratulations 5333 from Thailand. Well done. Congratulations, well done. Well done, Somkit Tamjamrat from Thailand, Ponchai Chanwong from Thailand, and Nguyen from United States. Congratulations, Danny Singh from India. Antari Chai Si, Thailand. Chisanupong Viragan from Thailand. Pongsathorn Jisung from Thailand. Apichat Prampun from Thailand. Congratulations. Hane Oikawa from Japan.อันนี้เป็นวัฒนธรรมของนักวิ่งจริงค่ะทุกประเทศก็จะหันไปขอบคุณเส้นชัยที่ทำให้เขากลับมาได้ปลอดภัยนะ Congratulations, well done. Congratulations, 6374. Congratulations, Yun Ping Bu from Singapore. นี่ด้วยกับคุณประเสริฐเนี่ยสุจินนามณีรัตน์ from Thailand. Ang William from Singapore. Congratulations. Yeah, Engineer for Singapore. You did it, you did it. Antonio Azadre from Spain, España. Congratulations, Antonio. Well done, well done. Awesome. Anantaya Sansuwan, Thailand. Somchai Pesi, Thailand.ในที่สุดแทบจะเป็นลมหมอบอก คนนี้สายวิชิตดอยอินทนนท์จริงๆนะ Yeah โอ้ว้าว ดากอนเซนาคุณ from Thailand โอ้โห แฟนคลับบอกแล้วว่าให้โยนโทรศัพท์ให้เขาถ่ายตัวเอง เลิศมนัสสุนสว่าง Thailand วีรชัยสิริศักดิ์ from Thailand สุดยอดค่ะ Yang Pu from China. Opa Mutisela, Thailand. Thongchai Uwaran, Thailand. Raniti Dan Paprasad, Thailand. Ekasit Monteriyapon, Thailand. Parito Shayapon, Indarasapa, Thailand. Niwat Ponsa, Thailand. Wow, there's so many coming together. Chaishan, Thailand Sutida from Thailand.
ครับ
มากันเป็นแรงเลยนะมากันเป็นแรงเลยนะโอ้โหแรงเลยโอ้โห
เขาถ่ายรูปไม่ทันเลยไม่ได้ยิ้มถ่ายโอ้โห
ล้างยังไงครับล้างยังไง
สวยสวยได้ขนาดน้อยได้ขนาดน้อยได้ลงให้ขนาดแล้วดีนะดีนะ
ครับพี่
Congratulations แม่บ้านดูไงด้วย ดีด้วยนะครับ Congratulations โอ้มาใช่ดีนะครับดีนะครับดีด้วยตอนนี้นะฮะเหลือเวลาอีกประมาณครึ่งชั่วโมงเหลือเวลาอีกประมาณครึ่งชั่วโมงที่จะถึงเวลาคัดออกนะออกไปแล้วพาไปล่า50นะเล่นได้ด้วยนะเร็วได้เร็วเลยนะเวลาเหลือน้อยแล้วดีด้วยนะฮะดีด้วยทำได้แล้วนะสำเร็จแล้วนะครับดีด้วยนะครับสำเร็จแล้วนะฮะสำเร็จแล้วขอบคุณครับดีด้วยนะครับรัตนะคุณนิพามันคุณโทนินะคุณเจนเฟอร์คุณอิราคุณชาลินคุณกมลบ้านนะดีกับทุกท่านด้วยนะ Congratulations to all of you มา50 14 ชั่วโมง 30 นาทีเหลืออีกครึ่งชั่วโมงนะครับใช่แล้วมีเพื่อนใครยังไม่เข้าไหมครับมีรออยู่ไหมโอ้ถามเลยมีเหรอรออยู่มาแล้วมาแล้วมาแล้วมาพอดีเลยครับใครรอเพื่อนที่อะไรเดินมาบอกเราบ้างได้นะครับเดี๋ยวเราโอนให้นะฮะมาแล้วรออยู่พอดีเลยมาแล้วรอเยี่ยมนะอันนี้เพื่อนผมก็ยังมีเข้าหลายคนเหมือนกันนะครับเนี่ยดีด้วยนะคุณที่ไม่ร้องนะคุณไม่ได้คุณเองกระพงคุณพี่เช่นะคุณสุชัยคุณอภิศักดิ์นะโอ้คุณที่ว่านะคุณชนายศพี่เสือเอาไปดิคุณสุรันนะยินดีด้วยนะ Congratulations to all of you
เย็นขึ้นเรื่อยๆได้ผมขออนุญาตไปขออนุญาตคุณจอนะผมยืนรอทางด้านถนนด้านบนเลยแล้วกันจะได้เห็นว่ามีใครตกค้างอยู่บ้างนะครับอันไหนใครยังรอเพื่อนอยู่ยกมือหน่อยแล้วมีใครรอเพื่อนอยู่ไหมครับไม่น้อยเลยลุ้นกันครับ28 นาทีครับ28 นาทีรอไปด้วยกันเพื่อนผมจะเป็นเท่าไหร่ตอนนี้นะเหลือเวลาไม่ถึงครึ่งชั่วโมงแล้วนะที่เราจะทำการเส้นชัยคัดออฟของระยะโคต้า50นะตอนนี้เหมือนมีเป็นคณะกฐินชุดใหญ่นะครับเพื่อนใครมาลุ้นกันนะครับลงคนเปิดทางให้นักวิ่งด้วยนะครับเปิดทางให้นักวิ่งด้วยนะครับเพื่อนๆครับเปิดทางนะครับเปิดทางกันแล้วระหว่างทางปรบมือให้เพื่อนเราด้วยนะครับปรบมือเพื่อนด้วยนะขอบคุณมากครับขอบคุณมากทุกคนมากนะที่วิ่งเก่งมากมา3 ท่านครับเปิดทางให้ด้วยแล้วก็ระวังรถนะฮะเปิดทางแล้วอย่าลืมโดนมองนะฮะระวังนะครับเพื่อนครับดีกว่านะคุณปรีชามาแล้วนะยินดีด้วยนะครับเปิดทางให้เพื่อนๆวิ่งเราด้วยนะครับขอบคุณมากเลยทุกท่านครับขอบคุณมากยินดีด้วยนะน้องใจดีเที่ยวโอมาเที่ยวครับมาเที่ยวเลยมาเที่ยวมาดีด้วยทุกคนเก่งมากๆเลยนะที่สามารถวิ่งระยะนี้ได้นะแล้ววิ่งระหว่างทาง อบคุณมากขอบคุณมากเก่งมากเก่งมากเก่งมาก
เพื่อนๆที่รอเชียร์บนถนน
からも夜だから涼しいしいい感じだと思います。
行ってきます。
いってらっしゃい。
はい、行ってきます。はい、ありがとうございます。はい。
อยากออกทีวีอะครับ
เอาครับ
พี่ว่าใส่เสื้อหนาวดีกว่าวะหนาวอยู่นะ
Full support. Hả?